Please settle down as you're about to begin. Thank you. Namaskar, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 21st Foundation Day celebration of Bureau of Energy Efficiency and Decade of Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme. I extend a special welcome to the esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, manufacturer associations, national and international partners, and research bodies who have joined us from different parts of the country today to share their valuable insights on energy efficiency and decarbonization. I would also like to acknowledge and express gratitude to all those who have contributed to the cause of saving energy and helped our nation in achieving sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Saru Sharma, and it is my pleasure and honor to host all of you here today. And I hope that our discussions and deliberations will be productive and fruitful in shaping the future of energy efficiency. Once again, I welcome all of you to this very important event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take the opening session forward. Please join me in welcoming on the dais Shri Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please also join me in welcoming on the dais Shri Vishal Kapoor, CEO, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. We are also welcoming on the dais Ms. Libby Green, Head of Climate and Energy, British High Commission. And also gracing the dais is Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, and thank you for joining us. Dear esteemed guests, I'm honored to announce that the Bureau of Energy Efficiency celebrates its Foundation Day on 1st of March every year. This year's celebration is particularly significant as it marks a decade since the inception of the Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme, which has been instrumental in promoting energy efficiency across the nation. In recognition of this milestone achievement, we will be honoring the exceptional efforts of designated consumers who have excelled in PAT Cycle 2. The Top Performer Awards serve as a testament to their unwavering commitment to energy conservation and their significant contribution to building a sustainable future. Furthermore, we will also be launching our Volunteer Star Labeling Program and unveiling the iDiksha portal, formerly known as Knowledge Exchange Platform. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to kindly deliver his welcome address. Dr. Ashok Kumar.
Good afternoon. Respected Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Shri Abhay Bakre, CEO, ESL, Shri Vishal Kapoor, Head of the Climate and Energy at the British High Commission, Ms. Libby Green, distinguished invitees, awardees, energy professionals, industry representatives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. For a person who has been in this journey under the PAT scheme for a long time, almost little more than a decade, it is a pride and privilege moment for us to welcome the people who have played the game. And the outcome of the game is all to see. And PAT scheme is recognized not in India, but globally recognized as one of the model that the rest of the world is eagerly looking at. At a time when the development trajectories are constrained by the carbon limits that are put up by the carbon concentration in the atmosphere and several other resource constraints, such programs like PAT holds the promise to sustain the lives and livelihoods of the millions, particularly in a country like India. So we feel ourselves very privileged to be part of the scheme, and we are thankful for all of you to be part of that, for the contribution in the scheme. So I would stop here, just recognizing that we have the partnership here from all sectors, including champions of industry who have performed exceedingly well, which we'll be recognizing, but also as a part of the partnership with the UK government and Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we are, as in the introduction, we are launching a knowledge exchange platform. So that will provide a platform for industry as well as other professionals to share their knowledge, improve their efficiency, and gain the climate dividends that such intervention will give us. So with that promise, we are represented here with the head of the climate change. We are very thankful for you, Ms. Green, being part of this celebration. So once again, I welcome all of you, and I also appreciate that all of you have been able to make to this event, despite that we have given very limited time for you to attend. So thank you very much for coming, and once again, warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok, for your warm welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Ms. Libby Green, Head of Climate and Energy, British High Commission, to kindly deliver her address.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to this event. I'd first of all like to congratulate Director General Mr. Abhay Bakre and all of his team who are here today at the Bureau of Energy Efficiency for successfully running the PAT scheme for 10 years. So much experience has been gained over these 10 years, and to thank him and his team for inviting us to participate in this Foundation Day. I'd also like to thank Mr. Vishal Kapoor from EESL, with whom we in the British High Commission have had a long relationship working together on the Power Sector Reform Programme. And thank you all for coming from both the UK. I know people have travelled a long way, and also from India. I'd also just like to say congratulations to India on hosting the G20 presidency. I had the pleasure to attend the first energy working group in Bangalore a couple of weeks ago, and it was a fantastic experience. We went to the second largest solar park in India, Pavagada, and we heard about how solar power installed capacity in India has increased many, many times over the past decade. It's a huge success story for India, and one we can all learn from. But today I'm pleased that we're jointly inaugurating the iDiksha portal. So the iDiksha portal is Industrial Decarbonisation and Energy Efficiency Knowledge Sharing Platform. It's a platform that encourages peer-to-peer learning on best practices in hard-to-abate sectors. And if you look at the posters outside, you'll see some great examples of companies in India doing great work on this. And it's just such an important topic, because I know it's a cliche, but climate change really is one of the most serious challenges we face. And living in India, that's very apparent with all the extreme weather events, from flooding to heat waves that we get here, posing a really real risk to livelihoods, jobs, and the natural environment. The UK was very pleased to host COP26 in Glasgow back in 2021, and I think that was a bit of a turning point when over 100 leaders came together and signed the Glasgow Climate Pact, which really was a watershed moment, I think, in terms of really recognising the need to take some urgent action to keep 1.5 degrees alive. And we were really pleased that Prime Minister Modi made the effort to come to Glasgow. And not only did he come with a huge delegation, but he made some very impressive new targets for India, what India is going to do over the next decade, that India will become net zero by 2070. And then at COP27, just at the end of last year, India came forward with a long-term strategy. And in this strategy, the government sets out very clearly how it will achieve these targets. On a bilateral level, the UK and India has got a very strong strategic partnership, and climate energy is a key part of this. And it's under our climate energy partnership that we're working on the ASPIRE programme, which stands for Accelerated Smart Power and Renewable Energy in India. And underneath that programme, we're working on emerging technologies in renewable energy, smart power, and industrial efficiency in hard-to-abate sectors. So it's under this ASPIRE programme that we're working with BEE to develop the iDiksha platform portal, which is a one-stop portal for industrial energy efficiency solutions that is being launched today. And once launched, this portal will facilitate a number of really important things: peer-to-peer learning, exchange of energy management best practices across sectors, facilitate access to tools, technologies, and technology providers in India and globally, provide links to data sources and knowledge repositories, organize sector and industry-specific workshops, and enable knowledge and commercial partnerships. So all incredibly important for both the UK and India. In the UK, we recently established the Energy Efficiency Task Force to support a step change in the reduction of energy demand through promoting energy efficiency across the economy. This task force will work to reduce total UK energy demand by 15% from 2021 levels by 2030 across domestic and commercial buildings and industrial processes. And we're very keen to share where we can with India and work together. So with that, I will conclude my remarks, just to conclude by saying we really look forward to the launch of the iDiksha portal today and continue strong collaboration with India going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Libby Green, for taking your time out to share your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Sri Vishal Kapoor, CEO, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, to kindly deliver his special address.
Respected Shri Abhay Bhakre, Ashok Kumar ji, Ms. Libby Green, first of all, a very happy birthday to BEE. It's the 21st birthday of BEE, and this is one of, this birth of this organization was one of the major momentous occasions. We all know that energy is the basic source of economic growth in the country. A nation must ensure its reliance on clean and efficient sources of energy to maintain sustainable growth. India has seen a tremendous progress in its capacity generation towards meeting its energy security goals. In the recent past, the capacity has crossed 400 gigawatts. But the way India has moved ahead, it has moved ahead in a very responsible manner, because ensuring energy security has been balanced adequately by putting in a lot of emphasis on the renewable capacity. Another important thing that the energy efficiency side brings in is the industrial efficiency. Today, as we speak, if we have to meet the INDC goals, I think energy efficiency will have a major role to play, because almost an 8 lakh crore worth of market lies out there to be unlocked. If we see the various sectors, and if we want to get the best bang for the buck for achieving maximum CO2 emission reductions per unit of money put in, I think it is the industrial sector as well as the second sector being the domestic sector. To address the growing energy demand, we need to build sustainable energy systems that include energy efficient technologies and appropriate policy frameworks. Higher efficiency motors, electric vehicles, energy efficient appliances such as air conditioners that consume less electricity over a given period of time. These are some of the major general equipment that can be used. Through various initiatives under the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, the government has been making multi-pronged strides towards proliferation of energy efficiency, especially the PAT scheme, where ESL has been a partner with BE for conducting the energy audits. ESL has been spreading several initiatives which have helped the country avoid additional capacity and moderated the growth of energy demand. So far, whatever ESL has done has avoided a capacity generation of 12 gigawatts, which is almost 6% of the country's peak demand today. Energy efficiency makes this possible to significantly reduce the costs as well, because most of the models are such that along with energy efficiency also comes cost efficiency, and which helps in improving the cost economics of operations as well in most of the cases. Energy efficiency is a difficult subject to deal with because it's disaggregated, it's spread across various sectors. It is present in this room, it is present in the adjacent building, it is present in every single home, it is present in every cluster, industry, MSCs, SMEs, all kinds of places. The problem is to tie it up and make it big enough so that the investments come in, because in disaggregated ways when we work, the problem comes on the credit worthiness, it comes on the finance, the amount of finance is available but cannot go through. So all these are very, very important measures that will have to be brought in, suitable financing, tying up of the ESCOs, for which ESL looks forward to go ahead in a big way as we go forward. BEE has also partnered with ESL to support designated consumers in PAT sector by creating an ecosystem which shall provide support in meeting allocated specific energy consumption reduction targets to DCs under the PAT scheme, as also support market transformation for innovative technologies to enable substantial carbon emission reductions. Under the DEEP program, ESL has identified 9 innovative technologies to demonstrate successful energy efficiency interventions in almost around 27 DCs that have not yet been commercialized in a big way, but have the potential for replication with improvement. With BE support, initially ESL has selected 13 energy efficiency projects with a demo with an investment of almost around 28 crores, a small ticket size. These pilots are being implemented with available financing support from BEE and upfront cost contribution from designated consumers. Having said this, this is only a start. Pilots are important, but scaling up is even more important. Large scale implementation is important. The proof of the pudding lies in the eating, and as we go forward, ESL will make this possible. To address the technical and financial barriers in energy efficiency projects, ESL will support facilitation center scheme of BEE for accessing the financing through the Aditi platform. ESL uses demand aggregation and bulk procurement models to pass the price advantage to the designated consumers. The key, therefore, is aggregation of demand. ESL will specifically move in a big way as we go forward into all those technologies which are replicable, which are scalable, and where volumes are there, and move ahead with its standard business model of providing value to the consumers. Therefore, I would request the industry participants and various sectors present here that as we go forward, we will have to look at how we derive value, how we are able to reduce the costs, improve the project viabilities? How can we create a pipeline of projects? How can we allow energy efficiency ESCO companies to come in and partner? How can we align the finances together? This role ESL is going to play as we go forward. A very happy birthday to BEE once again, and under the PAT scheme, I'm sure as we move forward, we will definitely see a lot of potential energy efficiency potential getting unlocked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Vishal Kapoor, for your special address and introducing energy efficiency endeavors and its potential. And thank you for your wishes also on the Foundation Day. Ladies and gentlemen, states have a vital role to play in facilitating and implementing different schemes and programs formulated by the central government. State designated agencies designated under the Energy Conservation Act have an immense contribution to co-coordinate, regulate, and enforce the provisions of the Act at state level. Apart from implementing demonstration projects and undertaking outreach activities for creating awareness on energy efficiency, SDAs are involved in effective implementation of Energy Conservation Building Code and PAT schemes in coordination with respective stakeholders. SDAs also facilitate the promotion and facilitation of energy efficiency and energy conservation activities in other demand sectors like agriculture, municipality, discoms, and transport. Some of the key personnel of SDAs have their superannuation this year. BEE is felicitating these personnel to appreciate their efforts and initiatives for energy efficiency implementation. May I now invite Shri Abhay Bakre, Director General BEE, to kindly felicitate these SDA officials. I also request other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join DG BEE for this felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to call upon stage Shri A. Chandrasekhar Reddy. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. He's from Andhra Pradesh, having served for more than 9 years in the field of energy conservation and energy efficiency. I would request DGBE to kindly felicitate him with a memento as a token of appreciation, a shawl and a certificate of appreciation. Heartiest congratulations, Shri A. Chandrasekhar Reddy from Andhra Pradesh SDA. May I now request Shri Marki Loya from Arunachal Pradesh SDA. Please welcome with a good round of applause Shri Marki Loya from Arunachal Pradesh SDA, having served in this field for around 20 years. It is our pleasure to felicitate you. Request DGBE to kindly felicitate him, presenting a shawl and a certificate of appreciation. Heartiest congratulations. Shri Marki Loya from Arunachal Pradesh SDA. Now I invite Shri Ashok Kumar Srivastava from Uttar Pradesh SDA. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. With experience of more than 8 years in energy efficiency domain, he has been instrumental in delivering major developments in the state. It is a great pleasure to felicitate you with a memento as a token of appreciation. Request DGBE to kindly present a shawl and certificate of appreciation. Heartiest congratulations. Once again, heartiest congratulations to all our 3 SDAs. Thank you, DG, and thank you, dignitaries. And now, with these words, I also invite Shri Abhay Bakre, Director General BEE, to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Shri Abhay Bakre.
my colleague Mr. Vishal Kapoor and his ESL team, Madam Libby Green and other officials from FCDO, BHC, British High Commission, Dr. Ashok Kumar, my other colleagues from BEE, the entire NMEEE team, officials from state government, SDAs, other ministries, energy auditors, managers, and most important, my industry champions, friends, ladies and gentlemen. On this 21st Foundation Day of BEE, it's really a privilege for me to address all of you and start this wonderful day with the discussion on no other than the PAT scheme. So first of all, let me thank all of you that you are joining this celebration, and it really matters a lot for BEE team. So let me start with the role of SDA. As you all know the BEE structure, we are in a way a body mandate for many, many things. But as my colleague Mr. Vishal said, we are mandated to actually deal the most important thing in the society, most important thing in the economy, that's the energy. And we all are here, and the entire team is actually asked to save energy, save planet, and also save our Mother Earth for the future generations. We have a small team in BEE and a time period of 20 years is definitely not a longer period. But if we see the road, we have come a long way. So if I address the role of SDAs in that, in every state, we are getting a very, very positive support from all state level officials. Perhaps we are not able to visualize, or perhaps we are not able to recognize in a grand manner that the kind of role which every SDA is playing. It's a difficult role. It is a subject, it is a movement which is not easy. And in that process, facing the kind of systems we have, facing the kind of structure we have, and the challenges we have in the energy sectors, the kind of support we are still getting, full support from SDA, that's really commendable. And today when we are starting this recognition of all the senior officials from SDA who are superannuating after putting their most of the life for such an important energy movement, it's a great thing. And in fact, I may thank my colleague Mr. Rai and DDG Dr. Ashok Kumar that they have started a very good thing by recognizing the SDAs on this BE Foundation. And let me request that it should continue every year. But this is the perhaps perfect day that we can recognize the contribution of SDAs. Coming back to today's theme about PAT scheme. This is one scheme, and all of you have noticed, has transformed the way we thought 10 years back and the way we thought 8 years back, and today the way we are thinking. I have not found any other meeting in any part of the world where I started saying that I am from BEE and we are working a scheme. There are always many people telling me, yes, we know about PAT scheme. Not a single meeting or any conference, any part of the world. As soon as I say I am from BEE and we are running energy efficient scheme, immediately there are people saying, yes, we know what is PAT scheme, and it is doing a wonders. In 7 to 8 years, we can't find, the only other thing is, of course, the Ujala, which is also as popular, and thanks to ESL. So these are the two schemes. If you find any part of the world, any corner of the world, it is known. Now, this scheme is definitely not a large program the way we are running. It is the scheme involving efforts of the entire industry. The industry, which is now constituting almost 60% of the industrial consumption in India. And the number is only around 1,000 industry champions. So the hard work which is done, the achievements, you have got it, and the kind of energy you have saved. It is good for you, definitely. It is good for your company, yes. It is good for the country, but it is recognized in every corner of the world. So that's this program we are talking about. And it's really a privilege for me as a person, because on 31st of March on 2012, when this 30th of March 2012, when this notification was out, I officially also joined the Bureau as a Governing Council member. And it is almost now 10 years after that that we have reached to this. Now we had different challenges, and the team in BE, but most important, the entire industry, have resolved those challenges. I remember in 2014, 2013, most of the industries were apprehensive. They thought this scheme will never work. There were regulations coming out. We never knew, or most of the experts believed, that it is really difficult to implement these regulations. There were targets being set, but it was under discussion who is going to verify this energy, who is going to find out whether the savings are correct or not. There were many questions, even when the certificates were under issuing, whether are we going to do the trading or not, or whether really will it take place or not. So there were a series for the first cycle, there were many shortcomings we believed. We believed that most of the audit reports are not the way we want. They were not so comprehensive the way it could perhaps project the actual savings. But we could overcome everything. We could develop our own pool of auditors. We could enhance the pool of auditors. We could enrich much more expertise within that. Now we can proudly say that yes, the pool of auditors what we have and the kind of audit they are doing, their quality is really good. So these are all the achievements. And And finally, what did the industry do? In fact, the 95% job is done by industry only. There, every shop floor worker imbibed the energy efficiency. They knew exactly what they are doing. The managers, the shop managers or even the energy managers, they were really feeling it a lot of pride that yes, they are doing energy efficiency. And most important, as we always hear from all of you, is that the PAT scheme has taken energy efficiency from the shop floor to the boardroom. And now every board of directors feel pride when his corporate or his unit has actually saved energy. If you go to any plant head, he can really say, yes, I have done PAT. I was involved in PAT and I have done this thing. They have tried all kinds of efforts. They have, first thing, the most important thing, that all the low-hanging fruits were actually reaped. So that was the first cycle. And then they kept on improving the technologies. They kept on improving their practices. They started investing in new technologies. And why this has come? All these things were actually under so much of doubt. And all the experts who were actually working in 2013, 2014, 2015 were really having so many doubts. How are we going to actually move ahead? And after 10 years, now we can say that yes, we have done much more than what was supposed to do. And that's why we are now at a place where the entire world is actually recognizing all our efforts. And the PAT scheme is actually being rewarded everywhere in the country, everywhere in the globe. One more thing which perhaps some of you are aware, there are many delegations from other countries who have come and discussed, can we replicate this PAT? Please tell us about that. How did you frame the regulations? How did you frame the targets? All these things, there were many delegations which have come to me. I'm sure many of them have come to you also. So all of them have actually got benefit. And there are many countries now who have started programs similar to PAT. So all these things is testimony to the kind of efforts which all of you have put in. And we is really happy and really taking pride to leading all these efforts. But then what lies ahead? Building upon all this success, the kind of expertise we have developed, the kind of confidence now we have got it. If we talk about the Paris Agreement, in 2014-15, when the Paris Agreement book was written, we wanted to have 33% of our emission intensity. At that time, many people say, oh, it is really difficult. For a growing economy where most of the sectors are upcoming, a lot of fossil fuel consumption, how can you reduce 33% in a span of 10 to 15 years? And by the start of our Paris Agreement period, which is 2021, we are almost there. We have already reached 30%. And our Honorable PM has already raised this ambition, raised the commitments to 45%. So now the coming 7 to 8 years, actually we are supposed to build up further. We need to leverage all our possibilities, all opportunities, getting into our expertise, the kind of enthusiasm that every energy manager, every technology provider, every think tank, and every researcher has developed in last 10 years on PAT can be further used to decarbonize the economy. Now we are not talking about energy efficiency, we are talking about energy transition, which has now 2 pillars. So we were actually working on only 1 pillar for the last 1 decade. Now we are working for 2 pillars. The first pillar is energy efficiency to reduce the consumption, and the second pillar is energy decarbonization. So, and both these pillars will actually take us to energy transition movement. And by 2030, we need to surpass 45% target given by the highest authorities. And in that process, I am sure all of you are going to do much hard work than what we did in the last decade. We are going to witness many more new technologies, new experiments, innovations, and most important, there will be a lot happening in terms of the financing support. And to leverage all these things, a new mechanism called carbon market will also be developed. So we will try to make sure that the kind of trading we were having in e-certs, and most of the industries wanted, why can't you do carbon trading instead of e-cert trading? We have really taken it into forward, and hopefully in next 2 to 3 years, we'll be actually shifting completely to the carbon market. So when you are doing not only the efficiency, but efficiency plus decarbonizing, everything will be rewarded, and you will get much reduced cost of decarbonizing your unit, your sector, and the country as a whole. I am sure all the auditors, all the technology providers, the corporates will use their knowledge and expertise to make sure that next 7-8 years, again we achieve much higher milestones, and BE is always there, Ministry of Power is always there, and we will actually succeed and surpass the targets given to him. Once again, all of you are joined for today's wonderful day. Thank you so much, and really it is a blessing for me to participate in this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shri Abhay Bakre, for your warm inaugural address. Your valuable insights and perspective has set the tone for this event and provided us with a solid foundation for meaningful discussions and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our opening session. We thank all our dignitaries on the dais for their time and insight shared in this opening session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our technical session, where we will have the privilege of the session being moderated by Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. I would like to invite on the dais the esteemed speakers for this session. I would like to invite Shri Saurabh Didi, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. He would share his thoughts on carbon market in India. I would also invite Madam Vinita Kanwal, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. She would be delivering her insights on the energy efficiency financing. And I would also invite to join us on the dais Shri Girja Shankar, General Manager Technical, EESL. He would be sharing his thoughts on the demonstration of energy efficiency project for PAT Industries. Once again, I invite Shri Saurabh Didi, Madam Vinita Kanwal, and Shri Girja Shankar to join us on the dais, please. This session will be moderated by Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. I invite the speakers of this session to join us on the dais, Shri Saurabh Didi, Madam Vinita Kanwal, and Shri Girja Shankar. For the rest of the proceedings of this session, I hand the session over to our session moderator, Dr. Ashok Kumar. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Check. I think, yeah. Good afternoon again. So we are starting the technical session, and as all of you have the agenda, that we have a very tightly packed session, and we have along with the presenters from Bureau of Energy Efficiency and EESL, we have invitees from UK. So we would be short in our presentation from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency side and the EESL, and we would like to have more opportunity to listen to the presenters from UK. So without further ado, I would request Shri Saurabh Didi, who is heading the carbon market aspect of activities at Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to make a presentation on a carbon market. As DG has already mentioned that India is in process of developing a Indian carbon market, which would eventually benefit the industries and several other players. So that will provide, and it will come up in the years in very near future in the year. So with that, I would request Saurabhji to please take over.
Very good morning to, good afternoon to all of you. As in the inaugural session, you have heard that how carbon market will be important and how industry will be transitioned from PAT to the carbon market. If we look at perform, achieve and trade, all your energy, whether you are using from the coal or oil or electricity, were converted into tons of oil equivalent. But what happens if you will switch any kind of fuel to any other fuel? Because from the tons of oil equivalent, it may remain same, but in terms of tons of CO2, you may get advantage. So those kind of opportunities were not there in the erstwhile, I'll say, PAT scheme. So when we will switch from tons of oil equivalent or PAT scheme to tons of oil equivalent to tons of CO2, we can have much more opportunity in terms of not only energy savings, but also in terms of emission reduction. So apart from energy efficiency, we can also do tons of CO2 reduction, which can help our overall goal of 45% emission intensity. It's not working. I'll say next, you, Chris. So I will not go in detail because we have short of time. So I will not go in detail of why we need carbon market. And I think DGB has already expressed to you that why we need to have a carbon market first in place. Next. But if we look at what kind of scenarios are there from, for example, carbon pricing instruments, and these carbon pricing instruments are two different type of carbon pricing instrument. One is explicit, another is implicit. For example, emission trading scheme is the explicit carbon pricing because you can clearly say that this amount I am paying for the carbon. Similarly, carbon taxes. But there are other things like when we are doing norms and standards under PAT, it's kind of a implicit emission standards that we are improving energy efficiency, but we cannot directly say that this much amount we are paying for improvement or reducing the carbon emissions. But in a way, they are also carbon pricing instruments. Next. But if we look at existing practices, we used to have cap and trade schemes, for example, EU ETS, where any industry is having absolute terms of emission reduction targets, that you are, say, producing 1 million ton of steel, and your total emission is 2 million tons of CO2. So you cannot make emissions more than that. But in our economy, whether that will be successful, that's a question mark. Then other schemes like CDM for the non-obligated entities was there, like that you can have your own projects, you can develop your projects, baselines will be developed, and then you can generate CO2 emission reduction certificates. Then we also had PAT scheme, perform, achieve and trade. I don't think so we need to go in detail of the PAT scheme because right now all of you actually helped us in celebrating 10 years of PAT. Next. Now if we look at various markets, EU ETS, Korea ETS, China ETS, but you can see the impact that almost prices are like 52 euros, and what I heard last week, it has actually touched 100 euros in EU ETS per ton of CO2. In Korea also, it is 26,000 Korean currency. Then in China also, which is equivalent to, I'll say, $23 and $7 in China. But you can also see EU is covering almost 11,000 units. China, 610, but they all are from thermal power plants. And then over 2,000 units are also from the China. And sorry, China was thermal power plant. Next. And this is the variation in EU ETS prices. Now, if we compare EU ETS prices with our PAT prices is somewhere hovering around $5. So you can imagine that how these prices can actually help industry in getting more funds. So I will say that this carbon market is more as a opportunity rather than a threat. Next. Now, we looked at various international schemes while development of this program. We looked at China, we looked at Korea, we looked at what is the international compliance market, what are the voluntary compliance market, and based on that, we developed our scheme. Next. Now, next. Now, based on the India's market-based experience, what we are proposing now. Next. We have PAT, we have REC, we had CDM. And based on all these experiences, we are now proposing domestic Indian carbon market. So we are calling it as Indian carbon market, which we are proposing. Next. Now, in Indian carbon market, we actually started with amendment of the Energy Conservation Act. Now, how we got power? If you look at the PAT scheme, we had the power under Section 14 that we can give norms and standards for industries. Then we had 14AA or 14A, capital A, where we got powers that for the issuance of energy saving certificate. Similarly, what we did, we got amendment of Energy Conservation Act in December 2022, where we got powers, and we got power for notification of carbon credit trading scheme. So under 14W, we got this power, and under 14AA, we got powers for issuance of carbon credit certificate. So that was the first step what we are doing, what we did already for the launch of this carbon credit trading scheme. Next. Now, one thing which is left out is that how norms will be given. Because under the Energy Conservation Act, norms were given under 14N of Energy Conservation Act, which says that how we can give norms and standards to designated consumers. But in case of carbon market, we will get powers from clause 2.4 of Environment Protection Act, which says that laying down standards for emissions. So we can give standards from, in terms of tons of CO2 per ton of product from here, but scheme will be notified under clause 14W of the Energy Conservation Amendment Act, and also certificates will be issued under 14AA of the Energy Conservation Act. Next. So these are the details of those acts, that how, what exactly is written under these sections. Next. And these are the Environment Protection Act sections. Next. Now, how this market will actually be built on. So in this market, one major big thing will be like ICM governing board. And this ICM governing board will have co-chaired, which will be co-chaired by Secretary MOEFCC and Secretary Ministry of Power. So both the secretaries will co-chair this ICM governing board, but this will have various other players. For example, Ministry of Power, other officials, Niti Aayog, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Coal, Steel, NRE, Petroleum and Natural Gas, everyone will be there. But it's not that only, that whenever we require, for example, if we are adding some kind of a sector which will have some role by ministry, then those ministry will be requested to attend that ICM governing board, so that we will have the whatever issues faced by that particular sector can be taken care in this committee. Now this committee will be overall committee or overall governing board which will steer complete carbon market. Then next. Now under the ICM governing board, we will have administrator, which will be Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We will have trading regulator, which will be CERC, which will be controlling our power exchanges. Then we will have ICM registry, and this registry will be meta registry, which will have all the linkages. For example, not only from our market perspective, but also when we are talking about Vera or GCC or any other voluntary carbon market, those will be also be linked with ICM registry. Now, tomorrow we can also link this ICM registry with the international market, so that internationally, if we want to trade these certificates, then these certificates could be traded. Then registered entities. Now, 2 minutes mein nahi ho sakta. Now, these registered entities are like designated consumers. So we will call designated consumers converting into obligated entities, and obligated entity means the people who will get targets, and non-obligated means if they are project-based certifications. And then are accredited, like accredited energy auditors, there will be accredited carbon verifiers. This mechanism will have two markets, not only one. One market will be compliance, another will be offset market. Compliance market will be, for example, PAT. So all PAT people will be converted into compliance market, and they will get, instead of tons of oil equivalent, they will get in terms of tons of CO2 per ton of product. Whereas in case of offset market, it will be similar to CDM market, where anyone, not from the obligated entities, anyone can come up with a project. They can have a baseline similar to CDM. There will be approved methodologies which will be approved by ICM governing board. And those, according to those methodologies, baselines will be developed. Their actual scenario will be developed. And based on that, they will get, in terms of tons of CO2, whatever emissions they are going to reduce. So there will be obligated entities, non-obligated entities, and in mandatory or compliance market, you will get mandatory carbon certificates, and in case of offset market, you will get offset carbon credit certificates. Next. So, but these certificates have to be at par with the international standards, that how internationally these things are happening, because if tomorrow we want to sell these certificates to the outside world, then they have to be at par. And number of times we heard that whatever happening in the voluntary carbon market, those certificates, people say they are reluctant to buy. And if our MRV and all these characteristics are not there, then nobody will buy internationally our certificates. So they have to be additional, they have to be realistic, credible baseline, they have to be transparent. Also, permanent emission reduction should be followed. So like this, we have criteria, and based on that, these certificates will be made. Then the certificate number will be in terms of 1 ton of 1 ton of CO2 equivalent. And equivalent means all GHG gases will be converted into CO2. Next. So these are the compliance cycle. One major change for the compliance mechanism is that instead of 3 years of PAT cycle, now you will get 1 year compliance cycle. So every year there will be a target, and based on that, you have to improve your the emission reduction, and then based on that, you will get certificates. Next. So now this thing is similar like PAT, that in case you are not achieving your targets, you will buy tons of CO2. If you have achieved more than your target, you can sell those certificates. Now, in case of offset mechanism, you have to develop a project report, project submission will be there, then validation, then monitoring of the project, and based on the monitoring and the verification report, offset carbon credit certificate will be issued. So this is again, anyone can get certificates, and then those certificates can be sold in the market. Next. As a way forward, now what we are doing, we are coming up with a carbon credit trading scheme notification, which you may see by end of this month, that carbon credit trading notification. This will have all the contours of the program, and then we will have detailed procedures. Detailed procedure for offset market, detailed procedure for the compliance market, and based on that detailed procedure, you can register your projects or you can get certificates in the compliance market. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabhji. Thank you for giving a comprehensive overview of the upcoming carbon market in India. So you would have opportunity to ask questions later on. So without any further ado, I would request Ms. Binita Kanwal. She's looking after the energy efficiency financing activities at Bureau of Energy Efficiency. She would provide the overview of the financing activities. So over to Ms. Binita Kanwal, please.
Namaskar and very good afternoon to everyone. Respected DDG, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, all directors, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, GMESL, British High Commission officials, all the BE staff who are present here, industries and other participants. I'm honored to give presentation on BEE's financing schemes. Next. So year 2022 marked as the 75th year of India's independence, and last year only India became the world's 5th largest economy. And by March 2023, it is expected that our GDP shall reach around USD 3.5 trillion. So it shows that there is huge investment potential in India, and how we can actually utilize it for energy efficiency financing, that we need to see. So India's updated NDCs in August 2022, and a few of the important components you can see, which include life, and the second is to reduce emission intensity of GDP by 45% by 2030, and to mobilize domestic and new as well as additional funds from various countries, and quick diffusion of cutting-edge climate technologies. Next. So BEE has been working upon various financing schemes under FEEP program, Financing Energy Efficiency Program, which is one of the initiative under NMEEE, National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, which is one of the mission under NAPCC. Next. There is huge investment potential in energy efficiency, and as per our study, you can see that there is more than 13 lakh crores investment potential by 2031. And among us that, you can very well see that industries is having huge investment potential. Next. So under FEEP, we have a bouquet of various programs. And you can very well see that it contains investment bazaar, which we are organizing in various states with the help of SDAs, FI's training program, grading of energy efficiency projects, facilitation center, e-financing cells, which we have helped actually financial institutions to create them internally, and FI's committees at state level. Next. Now I would like to draw attention towards the institutional framework of energy efficiency financing. So you can see that how Bureau of Energy Efficiency has been asking all the beneficiaries to submit their willingness forms to BEE's Facilitation Center. And BEE's Facilitation Center, when they receive the willingness forms as well as the technical details from various industries, MSMEs, ESCOs, OEMs, buildings, then they prepare technical evaluation report, and along with this reports and willingness forms, all these forms are, as well as reports, are submitted to various financial institutions, including PFC, SIDBI, IREDA, scheduled financial banks, scheduled commercial banks, and NBFCs. Next. So this is a snapshot of BEE's Facilitation Center. This is the online facilitation center. And it is available for the whole public. You can at any point of time click on this portal and see that how many willingness forms Bureau has received, how many financial institutions are already on board, how many industries are already there who are registered, and at the same time the e-technologies which Bureau of Energy Efficiency has released. Next. So this shows the role of BEE's Facilitation Center. So as one thing which I have already shown, this is the online facilitation center which has already been created, and this online facilitation center was launched in November 2022, Apart from this, various awareness workshops under this program, Bureau has already organized. And apart from this, we have also issued user ID and passwords to various industries, SDAs, and financial institutions so that they can easily access this portal and submit their willingness forms. And lastly, as I said, the 133E technologies list, which Bureau has already created with the help of technical committee members. In fact, Gija Shankar ji is also one of the members who is present here. Mr. Asthana ji is also here. So with the help of all these experts and under the chairmanship of DDG BEE, every month this committee meets and new e-technologies are added. Next. This is a snapshot where we have covered that how actually the industries can access these willingness forms. So you can see that it is already in blue color on the top right hand side. So people can click on it, get their companies registered there, and after the registration they can submit their willingness forms online. Next. This is a summary of the 148 energy efficiency projects which Bureau's Facilitation Center has identified so far. So you can see the state-wise breakup also, and I am pleased to share that Andhra Pradesh as well as Maharashtra shows a huge actually number of willingness forms from where we have received all these forms, and we are working closely with all those industries so that these projects could be financed at the earliest. Sector-wise breakup is also available where you can see that various sectors have been proactively contributing regarding financing. Next. This shows the 22 FIs who are already onboarded, and this includes not only PFC, IREDA, SEDBI, but it also includes SBI, Yes Bank, Bank of Baroda, HDFC, Kotak, Punjab and Sindh Bank, Federal, Indian Bank, HSBC, Seekers. So there are various banks and NBFCs who have already joined, and we look forward for other new banks also to join this portal at the earliest. So we are continuously working with them. Next slide. So this is the Facilitation Center email ID and contact details. So if any industries are interested in taking help of this Facilitation Center regarding e-financing, so please access it, and you can get all sort of support from here. Next. So apart from this Facilitation Center, there are some other initiatives also which Bureau of Energy Efficiency has been constantly working upon. So since 2015, BEE had launched one training program for FIs on e-financing. We have already successfully completed phase 1 and phase 2, where we have given training to more than 680 banking officials, and we have covered 72 financial institutions. Next. So in 2022, we have started the third phase along with NPTI. Already 4 workshops have already been organized, and more than 100 officials have already been given training. It's a 2-day training program, which they are organizing in various states. Next. So this is the Investment Bazaar, which is one of the platforms where we demonstrate 5 bankable projects. And okay, thank you. So next, please. Yes. The numbers are very small, but I can tell you one thing, that 15 Investment Bazaar events we have already organized in various states, where more than 1,700 crores investment potential has already been demonstrated with the help of SDAs. Next slide, please. This is one of the initiatives like FIs committees, which many of the SDAs have already constituted, and it helps actually states in financing the projects locally. So, next slide, please. These are some states who have already constituted FIs committees, and other states are also proactively working, and we feel that all the other states will also be creating these FI committees at least in 2023. Next, please. This is one of the initiative with the name of grading of energy efficiency projects. So the aim of grading of energy efficiency projects is to help FIs in evaluation of energy efficiency projects. So what kind of risk actually are being evaluated under this grading? You can see the sponsor risk, financial risk, industry risk, technical risk, execution and operation risk. Next, please. This is the grading scale, which has been prepared with the help of IREDA, Yes Bank, PFC, and other financial institutions. Next, please. There is one pilot project also which we are running, that the first 100 projects grading costs could also be reimbursed under this program. We have already impaneled CRISIL and SMERA agency, and Bureau has already signed MOAs with IREDA, Yes Bank, and SIDBI. And all the other banks are also eligible, who are already onboarded the BEE's facilitation center. So next, please. Yeah. So in November 2022, BEE has signed one MOU with SIDBI, and we are working upon various financing initiatives. Although we are working with SIDBI for the last 11-12 years, and we have already completed many of the projects so far under World Bank and SIDBI initiatives, and under PRSF also various activities have already been done. But still, I would like to bring your attention towards Unnati tool, which SIDBI and Bureau has launched in November 2022. So it helps actually industries in getting the energy audit reports quickly. And SIDBI is also working upon one grid initiative, and affordable interest rates are offered on various financing programs. And as I said, that PRSF partial risk sharing facility is one of the initiatives through which we are helping the ESCO projects, the MSME projects in getting finance as well as guarantees. Next, please. So these are some eligibility criteria, that how actually and which kind of projects could be covered under PRSF. So as I said, MSMEs, municipalities, commercial buildings, discoms, large industries, all these sectors are eligible. And the kind of guarantee which is being offered under PRSF is 75% of the loan amount, or 15 crores per project, whichever is less. And apart from this, 54 projects have already been guaranteed under this program. Next slide, please. So this is the breakup. You can see that many of the projects are being covered. Next, please. So thank you very much. It's already end, so I have received this slip also to conclude, and I have already concluded. So thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Of course, we would like to listen to a lot of other facets of the, but because of positive time. So now I would invite Shri Girija Shankar, General Manager at EESL. You heard about the Energy Efficiency Services Limited's achievements, performance in the past. So he would be addressing on the program which BE is implementing in partnership, called Demonstration for Energy Efficiency Projects in PAT Industries. So I would request Girija to kindly limit your address to 7 to 8 minutes for the benefit of our invitee speakers, who can certainly have valuable inputs for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will try to just manage the time flow. Thanks a lot that Bureau of Energy Efficiency given this assignment for the DEEP project, Demonstration of Energy Efficiency Project in the PET sector. Although the ESL also associated with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, I think. So, in the baseline study of the PET scheme, and under this DEEP project, we are working to identify the 9 technology, and we have to demonstrate the pilot, and we have to also strategize how the upscaling of these technologies can be achieved. I think the screen is not. So in this initial stage, we have already identified 9 technologies, and for the 4 technologies, we have received the expression of interest from the designated consumers, and it is a very good response we have received from the individual DC. ESL team has worked with them. They, based on the information shared by the designated consumers, we have evaluated their data, and we also interacted with the different vendors, how these technologies can be feasible for the demonstration in the individual DC. I think there is some technical glitch in the presentation, it is not there. So the 4 technologies, the microturbine, the energy efficient air compressed system, and turbo blower, and the low grade waste heat recovery. These 4 technologies has been identified in the first phase. We have received around expression of interest, 81 expression of interest from the 52 designated consumers. And after the due diligence, we have finalized there are 52 energy efficiency projects. So this is the, I think the entire task we have to done in this D project. So identify the technology, demonstration of technology. Also, we have to build the IoT-based monitoring and verification system, and we have to make the case studies and the training program for upscaling of these technologies. So just go next. Just you skip that. This is the methodology we have identified. So we have to identify, and there is a joint technical working group. They have approved those technology. We get the regular feedback from them, and based on their, I think, input, we have freeze out the format for the expression of interest. Just go next. So there are the 9 tech. This is a list of 9 technologies. Just click. In the first phase, these 4 technology, I think these are the very scalable, and you can see here the micro turbine, wherever the process, the steams are working, this micro turbine provide a very good solution. Second is energy efficient screw compressed air system. Third one is the turbo blower, and fourth one is the low grade waste heat recovery. In the low grade waste heat recovery, we have not confined to 1 or 2 option. So it is a general where the waste heat recovery is available and how that waste heat can be utilized for the process. So just go next. Next. So in the first, we have, this is the snapshot of for different sectors. We have received around 81 UIs, and we have finalized the 52 energy efficiency project. We also, as per the compliance of the BE requirement, that there should be a contribution from the designated consumers. So we have asked take the online cost contribution from the designated consumer, and we have finalized the 13 energy efficiency the project for the pilot demonstration. Just go next. So this is the brief summary about in WATS technology, how many numbers we have so far identified and finalized. Just go next. Next. So this is the broad scope. On the technology front, we have on left side, you can see these are the included from the in the D project, where all financial supports and covered under the project, whether it may be the baseline or whether it may be the IoT system, whether it may be the DPR profession, all soft as well as the financial support for the technology portion. For the right side, you can see these are the excluded limits. So these are the contribution from the designated consumers that they have to provide the support for these associated activities. So now for the upscaling, this is our way forward. And on this platform, I request all of the DC who are present here. This EOI of the phase 2 is also ongoing. So if anyone DC wants to be associated and get the benefit of this the project, kindly they can submit the EOI. we, after this EOI and this agreement signing, we are going to have the baseline. We also do the detailed project reports, and we have to procure and implement these projects and then make the case studies, how much savings are occurring on these. These case studies will be put in the public domain. So we are in process of developing a dedicated website for this project. So this is from the perspective. And as our CEO sir and DGB has mentioned that we have to, our intent is that these innovative technologies going to be at a larger space. So whether it will be the Aditi platform of the facilitation center or the other business model where ESCOs can play, we want ESL works on the partnership with the vendors, with the ESCOs, with the other technology solution providers, so that the mass transformation of these technologies can be happen in the premises of the plant of designated consumer. So thanks a lot from my side.
Thank you, Girjaji, for limiting to the times, and I think he has provided all the information on the project that we are undertaking in association with the EESL. So we would request the audience to please park your questions. We will take up at the last, we will hold the speakers here for the answers. So I think for this session, I would request all of you to join in thanking the panelists for a wonderful presentation. So thank you all for the presentation, and we will look forward for your answers when the questions come. Thank you.
And as a token of our appreciation, we would also like to present them with a memento. May I request DDG Dr. Ashok Kumar to kindly present a memento to Shri Saurabh Didi, Director BEE. To Madam Vinita Kanwal, Director BEE. Thank you for your insightful presentation. And to Shri Girija Shankar, General Manager EESL. Thank you, Dr. Ashok Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, with this enlightening and productive session, we are excited to continue our discussion with the esteemed UK delegates. Please join me in welcoming on the dais Madam Radhika Tomar, Head Energy Sector Reform, British High Commission. She will be providing an overview of the Aspire program and work packages related to the industrial energy efficiency. She is leading the Aspire program, which is a bilateral program being implemented by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, Government of UK in association with the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. We also are being joined by Dr. Sarah Connolly, Innovation Lead in Innovate UK. She will be sharing her expertise on the important matter of transforming foundation industries in the UK. Next, being on the dais, we are also joined by Ms. Dee Roche, Chief Marketing Officer, Alchemy Technology. She would be presenting her innovative water-less smart dyeing and finishing technology, which promises to revolutionize the textile industry. Next, we will also be joined on the dais by Mr. Mark Hardiman, CEO, LAT Water. I also invite on the dais Mr. Neeraj Singh, Sales Manager, Carbon Clean. He would be talking about carbon capture technology. We also invite on the dais Mr. Anand Vardhan, Director, High-Tech Facility Engineers, India partner of Centrica UK. He would be sharing important insights about their LOT 4.0 real-time machine-level energy management solution. Madam Radhika Tomar, Dr. Sarah Connolly, Ms. D. Roche, Mr. Mark Hardiman, Mr. Neeraj Singh and Mr. Anand Vardhan. The session again is being moderated by Dr. Ashok Kumar, and I hand it over to Dr. Ashok Kumar now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing all the panelists. So with, again, positive time, I would request first Madam Radhika Tomar, Head of the Energy Sector Reform, British High Commission, to brief about the Aspire programs and the other activities that Bureau is taking under the broader UK-India framework. So I request Ms. Tomar to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director General Ashok Kumar, for that opportunity. I think before I begin, I would like to congratulate Bureau of Energy Efficiency on the 21st Foundation Day and the successful run of 10 years of the PAT scheme. Like the Director General Bhakre mentioned, it takes a lot of effort and hard work to reach this success, and it is an inspirational journey indeed. I would also like to thank BEE for giving the UK government this opportunity to collaborate and the platform to the UK companies to present our energy efficiency technologies. As earlier my colleague, Ms. Green, mentioned, we are working with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency through the Aspire program. I would like to provide a brief overview of the Aspire program. Aspire, the Accelerating Smart Power and Renewable Energy in India, is a bilateral program between UK and India, which is run in association with Ministry of Power and Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. The program started in 2021. The aim of the program is to work with India to support India in its clean energy transition. Our objectives include increasing and enhancing the investment into India's energy sector, promoting sustainable and inclusive growth, providing opportunities for gender empowerment and other socially excludable groups, and also fostering stronger ties between the UK and India. Under Aspire, I'm pleased to share that we are launching the iDiksha platform today. The iDiksha platform is a repository of knowledge. It provides peer-to-peer learning, as well as it also provides a platform for all the global best energy management practices and the technologies that are available both in India and globally, and a platform for all industry to engage. We have also collaborated with BEE on the energy efficiency workshops in hard-to-abate sectors, such as aluminium and the textile sector, and we look forward to conducting similar workshops in the cement and iron and steel sector as well. These workshops have helped us in identifying best technologies which have twofold objectives. One is achieving energy efficiency and at the same time reducing emissions. We hope through our program Aspire and through the iDiksha platform, we can work with industries to collaborate with such technology providers. Before I end my address, because I have more important speakers in the room, which are the UK energy efficiency providers, I would like to re-emphasize that we really value our relationship with Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And once again, I would like to congratulate them on the tremendous success and the efforts they have put into the work they have achieved so far. Thank you so much.
services and support them by providing an innovation ecosystem that's agile, inclusive, and easy to navigate. Next slide, please. We were set up as a challenge with a vision to create a sustainable net zero way of living. That lifestyle needs carbon neutral products, and these can only be produced in decarbonized supply chains with reliable availability of low carbon materials, each designed for their product application for product and material reuse. And I think we'll all be aligned on that vision and why we're here today. So our program aims for the UK to be world leading in developing resource efficient, agile foundation industries equipped with the foresight to understand changing global demands, supported to be thriving, supportive, innovation driven communities with sustainable is that working? Can you hear me still? Back a few. I think the mic's gone off. Perfect. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, great, thank you. Innovation-driven communities with sustainable operating models to serve future supply chains. Next slide, please. So the foundation industries is a new term that we developed to bring together the energy-intensive, hard-to-abate industries. So the glass, metals, chemicals, paper, cements and ceramics sectors, responsible for 50% of the UK's industrial emissions, and we see that being mirrored globally. We're a £150 million programme, 66 million of which came from UK government funding, and we have 2 more years left on our books. We are catalysing innovation to develop both energy-efficient technologies but also resource-efficient ways of working by scaling innovation, creating and harnessing industry-led innovation, as well as university technology transfer, and providing late-stage finance to small emerging technology companies to help them provide the solutions for the future. Next slide, please. So our program objectives are really to catalyse that innovation environment, to provide the technologies necessary for the foundation industries to be able to provide these products of the future in a sustainable way. At Innovate, we see that forming under 3 key categories. The first one being inspiring new demand. So we know that as we change the way we operate as a world, the materials needs that we'll have come 2050 when we're living in a sustainable world will be changing. So we're trying to give predictions around what those future materials needs will be, working with key sectors such as construction and packaging to create a common vision to help our materials production industries focus their innovation and research and development. We're bringing new communities together across supply chains to facilitate innovation collaboration and really bring that market pull for low carbon materials. We know we can't just create the new demand, and we need to get that new technology coming through too. So we're involving new players, and that's part of the reason that we're in India this week. So we're working with the foundation industries in the UK to involve a diverse group of individuals, making sure we have a secure future workforce for them to operate in, but also embracing and supporting new collaborations, bringing small businesses and emerging technology players onto the scene, and also widening the opportunities for international collaboration, because this challenge is common. Creating sustainable materials is something that will be vital for our future, and we are, as we've seen today, working on very common technologies to allow that to happen. Finally, as the funding body in the UK, we are investing in these new models and ways of working. So we're accelerating the development and the adoption of new operating models, moving towards a digital and circular economy, and developing technologies to enable the increased process, energy, and resource efficiency of the way these industries work. We're looking at new business models, new supply chain models, and new procurement models to underpin all of those areas. Next slide, please. So for the past 18 months, we've been in collaboration with the government here in India around how we can collaborate that knowledge transfer and that facilitation of innovation collaboration to enable us to unlock sustainability across both nations. We've seen the development of the 2030 roadmap, the ongoing discussions around a free trade agreement, and within our area of work, we've built up a lab-to-lab collaboration program with academics and researchers in the UK, collaborating with Indian centres of excellence. And we ran an expert mission, virtually bringing together industry from the UK and from India across all 6 of those foundation industry sectors to start to ascertain where there are common areas for collaboration, where state-of-the-art technology is on both sides, and how we can facilitate that knowledge transfer between the 2 nations. I hope we'll be able to share these slides. The link at the bottom takes you to the reports from both of those activities that really set the scene for how we came to be in the UK this week. I've included a couple of slides. I know we're tight for time, but the next slide will just start to go through some of those key themes. So these reports are both publicly available. Feel free to access them and really get some deeper insights into the areas that we've identified for collaboration across the 6 foundation industry sectors. Undoubtedly, the support was unanimous across both sides that there are huge opportunities to scale the innovations coming out of both nations to enable this sustainable future. There was also the need really highlighted to take a broader, more holistic cross-sector approach to energy efficiency and resource efficiency solutions, and it's been really great to see that mirrored here today, bringing together these hard-to-abate sectors for joint sustainability benefits. In our challenge, we don't just look at energy efficiency, we also cover resource efficiency, so looking at innovative solutions for developing better recycled materials, closing that circular loop on the supply chains for these 6 sectors, and bringing together long-term regulatory standards and specifications to allow us to produce sustainable materials across all of the applications that they go into. Next slide, please. So the key areas for collaboration that we focused the first round of industrial collaborations on, and the SMEs that have come out to market with us this week, were around Industry 4.0, big data, digitization, and the use of sensors and control systems, looking at how we use existing and emergent technologies to reduce our carbon emissions, how we use greater amounts of process wastes as added value byproducts and increase process efficiency improvement on existing plants, but also how we look at energy efficiency, so looking at advanced refractory technologies, advanced process and burner designs to give that efficiency of energy, how we can increase the use of reheating kilns and furnaces to maximize that on-time power versus the dead time that we sometimes see, and how we can look at future-proof burner systems, boilers, and energy usage systems so we can transfer through that transition from coal through natural gas and be ready for hydrogen and future fuels once they're online. All of these focused on how we can retrofit into existing plants and enable that sustainable transition. Next slide, please. So my last slide, I wanted to say in a very short slot that we've got here today with you, is this is just the first step of many, looking to increase the collaboration and that knowledge transfer between the UK and India. We're currently in the middle of our Global Business Innovation Programme, bringing SMEs to market to look for opportunities to collaborate. We're also hosting an inward mission into the UK at the end of April. So FICCI is our in-market partner coordinating this. So if anyone from the 6 foundation industries is interested in coming to the UK, learning more about where there are opportunities for technology adoption and piloting, then please get in touch with FICCI or myself during today about how you can get involved there. It's a really great week, crossing centres of excellence in the UK and visiting world-leading industrial pilot sites to see where sustainability is really coming to the forefront. We are in conversations with the government of India about how we can bring these collaborations to life, and we're looking to launch a feasibility study funded opportunity later this year that we hope will run into further greater collaborations between the two nations. So we'd really love to invite discussions both through today and longer term, and we hope this is just the start of a thriving partnership. So thank you very much for having me today. I think we're saving questions for a little bit later, but I welcome them then. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Conley. Thank you for bringing out the objective of your foundation, particularly the Inspire, Involve, and Invest. I think many of our partners will collaborate on that very innovative thought. So I would next, our speaker is Ms. Dee Roche from Chief Marketing Officer, Alchemy Technology, will be presenting on the waterless smart dyeing and finishing technology. I think your technology is being eagerly looked after by Indian industry, so we are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Kindly, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to have this opportunity of being here. Thank you, Sarah. I just wanted to actually give a practical example of where Innovate is playing a great role in reducing carbon emissions. So Innovate, Alchemy Technology have actually had the benefit of an Innovate loan, or grant rather, to develop our digital finishing technology. And of course, this is something that we're using to change the way the textile industry operates and reduce its carbon emissions. So a very valuable initiative. So my slides, please. My name's Dee Roche. I work for Alchemy Technology, a Cambridge-based UK company. And our mission as a company is to completely change the way the textile industry dyes textiles, dyes and finishes textiles. So our mission is to reduce the energy used in the dyeing process by up to 95%, used in the dyeing process by up to 95%, and also the energy used in the dyeing process by up to 85%. Next slide, please. So this is the problem. The reason why we're on this mission is that the textile industry is responsible for around 10% of global carbon emissions, but the dyeing piece of that process alone is responsible for around 3% of global carbon emissions. The reason it's so CO2 heavy, that is the amount of water used in the dyeing process, and therefore the amount of energy used to dry fabric at the end of the dyeing process. The other thing that's so bad about or has such an impact on the environment is the amount of water pollution created by dyeing textiles. So the second largest cause of global industrial water pollution. Next slide, please. So if the textile industry doesn't do something to change the way it operates, it's predicted that by 2050, around carbon emissions from dyeing the clothes that we wear will amount to 2.5 gigatons of CO2, which is a really shocking number and something that the climate just cannot afford. Obviously, the reason for that increase in carbon emissions is increased affluence, increased global population, and despite economic sort of uncertainties, the textile industry shows no sign of slowing down. So just to give you an example, a UK or European consumer will consume on average 26 kilograms of textiles per year. A US consumer will consume around 34 kilograms of CO2 a year. If you look at the number here, that's 553 million tons of, next slide please, CO2 emissions. So next slide please. Sorry, back. Sorry, I'm not looking at my slides. Sorry, pardon me. So this is another really bad impact of the textile industry. The amount of wastewater eliminated during the dyeing process. In fact, there's an image up here. So not the whole industry isn't like this. There are sort of better dye houses that use wastewater treatment plants, obviously, but they are energy intensive. And when water and dye separated, wastewater treatment plants still leave a great big thick layer of dye at the bottom that needs to be, of toxic waste that needs to be got rid of. And that, I hear, is quite often burnt, which is not really very good for the environment. So one of the pictures on here that really upsets me, if you look at the picture in the middle top, that's actually Indonesia. And you can see that what's happened is that a climate event, high rainfall, has caused a dye-laden river to flood the local area. So we've got a mum and a dad, and if you look carefully in the middle, you'll see a sort of toddler holding the hand of the dad, wading through the path of flooded water. That ends up in agriculture. But on top of that, despite heavy flooding in these areas, there is actually a water scarcity issue in that in Indonesia is just one example. They have to drill down 300 meters to get to fresh water. Turkey is another country which we've always thought of as resource rich, and again they're having to drill down hundreds of meters now to get to fresh water. Next slide please. Oh, actually stay where you are, sorry. Sorry, can you go back, sorry. So the other image I just wanted to, and this is typical of all the textile manufacturing regions in the world, particularly where they're dyeing textiles. But the other one I wanted to just highlight is the image in the bottom right-hand corner. So this is the image that led to the creation of Alchemy Technology. Our founder developed a technology in the ceramic printing industry. So what he did was he developed a way of digitally printing ceramic tiles and doing something that was not thought possible in that industry before. So when he was visiting China, he was taken by the CEO of one of the leading dye manufacturers to a dye house, and he took him out the back of this factory and showed him this scene down here in the bottom right, which does exist still today, but it's something that quite often a lot of us don't see, because where the dye water is eliminated is far from the dye house itself. Next slide, please. So the other concern that Alchemy is trying to help with its technology is water scarcity. What we're seeing is that the fashion and textile industry is consuming so much water, 1.2 trillion gallons of water each year. And actually, if you look at organizations like the World Bank are actually predicting that in the not too distant future that water demand will outstrip supply considerably. So really, with the climate, to these two climate challenges, how to reduce energy, how to reduce water consumption, the textile industry is definitely an industry that is rife for action. So last year, when we visited the ITMN trade show in Turkey, we talked to 266 people from 140 companies from 21 countries. Every single one of them were in the textile industry, either as a textile manufacturer or dye house. And across the board, every single one of them was concerned about water scarcity. They were worried about the energy crisis because of the rising cost, and that the impact that was having on their margins or their competitiveness in terms of having to increase prices. But what they were saying to us was that the energy is still there in most cases. On the other hand, in areas where water is, if there's no water, you've got no business. So these two things seem to be very much top of mind in the textile industry, and in some way that those two concerns are sort of coming together at a time when it's not just us that care about sustainability that want to make the change. The textile industry is also having to make this change because it's a business imperative now to survive and be competitive. Next slide, please. So the other thing that we also think is that the amount of chemicals used for finishing garments, such as applying waterproofing, antibacterial chemistry, all of these chemistries are really are being too heavily used. That's because a textile, when chemistry is applied, tends to be typically immersed in a big chemical bath of chemistry and water. But in our view, what we're saying is that actually, why would you immerse a whole textile in liquid full of chemicals when the property is perhaps only needed on one side of the fabric? Next slide, please. So what we've done is we've created two solutions. One is for dyeing textiles in a digital way, very like digital printing. With this technology, what we're doing is we're eliminating all the hot water processes that normally happen after textile dyeing, using the same technology also to apply finishes to textiles, so that what we're doing is we're jetting the finish onto the top of the textile without having to immerse the whole fabric. Next slide, please. So the energy saving is coming not from the dyeing process. The water saving is coming from the dyeing process, because what we're doing is we're aiming to just jet the amount of dye that's required to penetrate a fabric, but no more. So we're not creating any excess dye in the process. And then that's the water saving. Then the energy saving comes because you haven't immersed the fabric in a dye bath, and these are normally like big tankers, there isn't excess dye to wash out. And I'll explain in a moment what happens after that process. So what you're looking at here on the screen is a cotton towel. So I normally move around when I do presentations, but I'm stuck to this microphone. It's a cotton towel that's actually been jetted on one side, and the jet has actually been able to penetrate the whole fabric to give even dyeing on both sides. So I'm just going to hold up, just quickly for a moment, an example of a piece of fabric. So this is using a completely new technology that actually cuts down the amount of water used by 95% and energy by 85%.
Hello.
And you can see that it's equal to any commercial product. I'll try and move on. Next slide, please. Thank you. Actually, sorry, I'll use this. I feel more comfortable. So what we've done is we've created a digitally based jetting technology, and what it's doing is it's jetting onto the fabric molecules of dye, and these are industry standard dyes that we're using. So it's very like digital printing, but where digital printing is actually aiming to only dye or print the surface of the fabric, what we're doing is we're jetting dye droplets at the fabric at high velocity. So it's like throwing a cannonball at the fabric at high velocity, and then using suction or vacuum from underneath, we're drawing the dye deep into the fibers, and that's how you get that even dyeing. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is a microscopy image of a dyed fiber using this new method. So you can see that actually the jet has actually managed to penetrate right the way through the warp and right the way through the weft of the fibers, completely different from digital printing. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to explain what this is, so it doesn't look alien to a dye house, but if you've been in a dye house, you'll see that these vats need something like 2,000 meters of fabric to be economical. And often what happens is they're not economical anyway, because maybe half the dye bath, 60% of the dye bath is actually being utilized, which again is creating far too much excess dye wastewater, and therefore also energy to dry that fabric, wash and dry the fabric afterwards. So what we've got is fabric that comes in that's, can you start the video, please? If you're on the next slide, you'll see a video. Just, yeah, move on. If you move on to forward. That's it, and then the next one. Okay, and if you can click, you should be able to see a video. Okay, so this is the first dye machine in the world in Taiwan. And you can see what's happening here is that the fabric, you may not be able to see, is being jetted. This is the jetting bar of 1,440 nozzles. It jets one side, whips over, and jets the other side. And then out comes the dyed finished product. So something I also would like to point out about that process is that it's so much cleaner than what's happening in the dyeing house today. So these are examples of fabrics. I said that we've, it's all right, you can move forward. You can move forward. You can move the slides forward. Next one, please. Cool, so these are some examples of fabrics that we've dyed. So what we're looking at on the screen are polyesters using standard industry dyes. Next slide, please. Cotton. Next slide, please. More cotton. Next slide, please. So one of the big advantages of reducing the amount of energy using is obviously the cost reduction. So what we've worked out is that the profit from a typical dye machine is around $50,000. But by increasing the throughput and reducing the cost of the chemistry involved, energy involved, we've worked out that you can increase the profit from a digital dye machine by 20 times approximately. Next slide, please. So this is the process for a new way of dyeing. So what we've got here is the dye machine, a fixation unit, and then we've eliminated all the hot water washing, but what we've got in place is a softener which agitates the fabric and just removes the hydrolyzed layer on the top of the fabric, and uses just 2.5 liters of water. That's recirculated. So when you compare that to traditional dyeing, we're reducing the water by 95%. Next slide, please. And the energy by 70% in the process of dyeing cotton. So if we compare a standard cotton process against exhaust dye, I'll give you two examples of. In a standard Endeavour process, we would use 2.6 litres of water per kilogram compared to the traditional method of 59 litres per kilogram of fabric. Energy, we're using 2 kilowatt hours of energy compared to 6.9 for, which is the traditional process, so it's dramatically lower. It's not our preferred process, but for those that are using a method called cold pad batch dyeing, you can still stick the digital dye machine in front of the stenter, the dry machine, and still get a significant savings. So, for example, cold pad batches using 15 litres of water per kilogram of fabric, as opposed to 2.6 litres of water dyeing in the digital way. And then energy, cold pad batches using 1.9 kilograms of energy per kilowatt hour, as opposed to 1.1. So next slide, please. So just to finish, the benefits we see. Sorry, I'll come back to the mic now. Yeah, so the benefits we see for the industry are manifold. Something to think about is the improved working condition for staff. So what we're all told at the moment is that the textile industry, particularly dye houses, are finding it as difficult as any other industry to recruit staff, particularly young. So if you clean up that environment, there's also benefit there in terms of improving their working environment. There's also the competitive advantage for India as a country, because brands, as you know, at the moment are all concerned about meeting very tough water reduction and energy reduction carbon targets by 2030. So textile manufacturers and regions that are able to be more attractive to the European brands and US brands by being able to demonstrate a more sustainable method of dyeing textiles will be a competitive advantage. What we're seeing, because obviously we're engaging with the brands over in the UK, and what we're seeing is that they are now starting to talk to their supply chains about what they're going to do to reduce water and carbon in their supply chain. And they're all saying to us and introducing us to their manufacturers to demonstrate the technology to them. What I would say, though, needs to be done to help the industry is for governments to help support the investment. It's really important because, particularly here in India, because the technology is an investment. And the first adopters of the technology are going to have to invest not just in the machinery, but the resources, obviously, of staff to train, a new way of working. And that is to the benefit of the whole textile industry. So I would certainly say that brand support is needed, but also definitely government support to manufacturers to help them invest in new ways of manufacturing. Okay, so thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Ms. D. Roche. I think it's a wonderful presentation, and many of the features of the innovation of this technology as industry would appreciate. So thank you for the presentation, and it's a really excellent to see that there is a 90% water conservation saving and 80% energy. So next in line, our speaker is Mr. Mark Hardiman, CEO Late Water. So Mr. Mark, the floor is yours, and I would request that though we would like to hear all your presentation in detail, but because of a shortage of time, we would request you to kindly be short in the presentation. Thank you very much. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And first of all, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, honoured guests, for being here and giving us such a warm welcome. I do feel, actually, among friends here, as obviously half my presentation has been given already, but we received help and support in developing our technology from Innovate UK in terms of grants from the British government, but also from the Department of Energy, so a sister organisation to the people here, and I'd like to congratulate you on your 10th birthday of the programme. It sounds a really great process. Anyway, enough. I'm Mark Hardiman, one of the founders and CEO of LAT Water, and what I wanted to talk about was wastewater treatment. We've had something of that, and the water energy nexus. The water energy nexus, Dee was explaining very nicely, but I think it was a phrase at least popularized by the International Energy Agency, which said energy and water are interlinked. These, when you need to decarbonize energy, you need to decarbonize water. Energy use is expected to increase 80% or more, according to the IEA, by the 2050 great target year we have. And at the same time, water use is expected to increase 50%. That's not just the water use of decarbonized energy using wind power, etc. That's actual increase from the baseline today. And that means we're going to have to do something to decarbonize the water that goes with it, as Dee really nicely explained. As energy consumption goes up, water consumption goes up. This historically has always been the case. And treating water, not just in the dyeing industry, but across all the different uses, power, dyeing, textiles, chemicals, uses 3 to 5% of the world's energy needs. And to make power, you need water. As we decarbonize, I have a beautiful little logo of a windmill, but actually green power, sustainable decarbonized power uses more water than fossil fuels. Reason, biofuels, nuclear, we need those for baseline support, and those use lots more water. So what do we have to do? Next slide. We have to really recover as much water, treat the wastewater that we've got, recover the clean water out of the wastewater. I know Dee is going to stop us using water in textiles, but there's a lot of other industrial processes that are still going to need that water, and we've got to reduce the carbon and energy associated with it. So that's the energy nexus. That's the challenge we face. India, of course, has a huge problem. 3/4 of the rivers contain unacceptable levels of toxic metals, chemicals, dyes. We're going to solve the dye problem, but there's a lot of other stuff that's in there. And one thing which I'd like to leave here for a few days I've got in India is looking at a program to help work to clean the Ganges. I think that's just such a worthwhile program we should all be involved in. But the other important takeaway on this slide is a word in the last 3 years that we've been using an awful lot, which is resilience. We need to do that in a way that's sustainable, that uses less energy, that is able to handle the logistics, the climate change challenges that we're facing. And I won't talk about some of the other challenges, but we need resilience in that supply. Next, please. In India, I shouldn't be talking about the Indian water problem. You all know it. There is insufficient infrastructure. As growth happens, we are going to need more water here. We're going to need to improve. We're going to need to reuse. And the most dramatic statistic, no, it's not that one. India is one of the most water-stressed countries in the world. We have to get that wastewater effectively, cheaply reused. Next, please. Current wastewater systems, wastewater treatment, are inflexible. They tend to treat one type of contaminant, not a suite of different contaminants that go in there, which can range, as I say, from metals, organic compounds, salts, different parts. So we need a system that's flexible, can use that, and the existing systems also, regrettably in many cases, are high maintenance and frankly may not be appropriate for some of the markets that are needed here. Next, please. So we at Lapwater have come to solve, or we'd like to solve some of these problems. We can't say we're going to solve everything, but we are going to make the contribution to do that. One of the big contributions is we use waste or renewable, but really waste, low-grade waste heat that's coming out of the industrial process. We use that to drive our system. Rather than, we're not talking even CO2 reduction, we take waste heat out before it even gets trapped by the atmosphere. So we make a real contribution to reducing the climate change, reducing global warming. And also, we do by using less power, reduce electricity generation, reduce CO2. So, you know, it's really great. We can do everything. We deliver high water recovery, great reliability, and low maintenance costs. We've had plants now running for 3 years. I'm sorry, the first one we did was in China. That's now been running 3 years, trouble-free, giving 90% water recovery from the dirty water that's coming in. And that is, I can assure you, the Ganges says nothing on that. That is really dirty water we're treating. Next, please. That was coming from a waste plant. The future we see, particularly in Europe, is dealing with some of the waste recycling sectors. Anaerobic digesters are taking off. They're becoming a big trend for producing renewable heat, delivering recovery of resources, fertilizers, other minerals. They have a very liquid digestate that is a real problem to treat. We recover the water from that to deliver a solid fertilizer. In food and drink, we're closing a deal with one of Europe's leading confectionery manufacturers to recover the water out of their manufacturing process. Using the heat out of the baking, get fresh water back. Metals, mining, waste. And lastly, which I think is very relevant because it's required to meet the ESG standards, we've just signed and will be delivering in the first half of this year a project in the pharmaceutical industry to, again, recover, reuse the water coming out of that system. So I think a lot of applicability in India. We do not solve all the problems, but we'd like to be part of that. Next slide, please. And that's actually why I'm here. I'm here because I was asked by some very nice people to come and make a speech here, but actually what we're here today is to look for local manufacturing and support for our business. We need it in low-cost quality manufacturing, ongoing technical support, coding for our IT systems in that. And that will be part of what we envisage as a technology transfer. We would like to have a technology center here working with us in developing this technology for and with India. And any of you who are looking for distribution partnerships, we're open. So come to us. Very happy to meet anyone afterwards and answer any questions. So thank you. So I hope I was a little shorter, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation and the time management. Thank you for bringing out the aspects of energy and water usage and also a few aspects of the actions that India is taking place. And particularly India is into big time into Make in India. So I think the technology transfer aspect would be is kind of a key role that is going to play. So now, next I would invite Mr. Neeraj Singh, Sales Manager, Carbon Clean, for about the carbon capture technology. This technology is also being immensely talked about. So please take the floor. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. These slides. Yeah. So, in the interest of time, let me start. We all know that climate change is real. So, as a part of a solution, may I present to you Carbon Clean Solutions. Next slide. Yeah, so to meet the International Energy Agency's target of 1.5 degrees centigrade, we have to pull out 5,000 million tons of CO2 by 2050. Now, this gives industries of decarbonization a $1 trillion market opportunity. But to attain this opportunity, technology is needed, which is named as carbon dioxide capture. But the conventional carbon dioxide technology has its inherent issues, such as higher capex, higher opex, and also the footprint requirement is high. So to address all these issues, Carbon Clean Solutions, a company based in UK, has come up with its next-gen technologies, which can address all these challenges and also ramp up the carbon dioxide capture usage by 500 times. Next slide. In a nutshell, what does Carbon Clean looks like? The company was founded by 2 IIT graduates in 2009. Since then, we have raised $195 million in various rounds of funding. We have close to 70 patents filed across the globe. Our headcount has increased by 3 times as we see that there is an opportunity for $300 million of carbon dioxide capture projects worldwide. As I have already mentioned about our next-gen technology, which will be looking to address the capex and opex by 50% of CO2 capture. Next slide. So these are some global partnerships and our investors list, which we have. In Europe, we are working with Veolia. It's one of the biggest wastewater treatment company. We are also working with Holcim, Cemex, in cement industry. In waste to energy segment, we are working with Hitachi Zosan Innova. We are working with Vorvac, Arcanum. Our funding partners include Chevron, who led the round of funding, which concluded in April 2022. We are funded by Marubeni. We are also being funded by Saudi Aramco, as well as Samsung Ventures. Next slide. So these are our few of references which we have across the globe. We have 49 references spread across the geographies. In India, we have 3 plants. In 2016, our first plant was established at Tuticorin Alkali Chemicals, where we are capturing the CO2 and we are converting that to soda ash. In 2021, at Tata Steel, we have put up a demo scale plant, which is first of its kind in the steel industry space, where we are capturing the CO2 from their blast furnace gas, and we are using that for wastewater treatment. Last year, in August 2022, we have commissioned one of our plant at NTPC Vindhyachal, where we are capturing the CO2 from power plant's flue gas, and this CO2 will be used for methanol. In Japan, we have a plant where we are capturing 10 tons per day of CO2 from cement industry exhaust, and we are using it for manufacturing of cements. In UK, we have recently concluded one of the largest CO2 capture project. We have concluded the engineering of it. 900 tons per day is the capacity, where in which the CO2 will be captured as well as stored underground. In North America, we are working with Chevron. We will be capturing the CO2 from their gas turbine exhaust, and this will be used for the storage. Next slide. Can you go back, please? Yeah, so what this slide shows here is that we have references across every hard-to-abate industries. Let it be steel industry, power, cement, oil and gas. We have references across all the hard-to-abate industry. What it also shows is that our technology has the ability to capture from at the lowest concentration of CO2 capture to the highest concentration of CO2 capture. Next slide. This is how we capture the CO2. It's a very simple cyclic process where the gas having the CO2 enters from the bottom. The absorber is the column from where the gas from which the CO2 needs to be captured enters from the bottom. And from the top of the absorber, our solvent, our proprietary solvent, comes in contact with the CO2 present in the gas. It captures the CO2 and it goes to the next column named as stripper, where we regenerate the solvent. And once the solvent is regenerated, it is sent back to the absorber. So it's a fairly cyclic process. What at the end we achieve here is CO2 coming from the top of the stripper as a product, and from the top of the absorber, we have clean gas coming out. Next slide. So we offer our solutions in 3 different packages. The first one, which we call as a conventional package, is for large-scale CO2 capture plants, which can go up to 4,000, 5,000 tons per day. These are mainly for power plants, oil and gas industry, cement industry. Next is the semi-modular space. This is for industries where there is a limited amount of space. And they would like to install the CO2 capture due to the space constraint. So we offer this in capacities of 10 tons per day. 10 tons per day is a demo scale plant so that the industries can have a feel of it, like how CO2 capture technology works, as this is a fairly new technology. So after that, we can gradually scale it up to 100 tons, 200 or 300 tons per day. The third package is the Cyclone CC, which is a next-gen technology. It's at technology readiness level 7. This will come prefabricated. It's a plug and play. It's going to be a plug and play system. Next slide. Some of our references, some more details about the Tuticorin Alkali chemical plant. As I said earlier, this started in 2016. We are capturing the CO2 from boiler flue gas, and we are converting that to soda ash. Now, the soda ash being produced is used to manufacture detergents. It is bought by, the detergents are, the soda ash has been bought by Hindustan Unilever. We capture 90% of the CO2 present in the gas entering into the CO2 capture system. The best part of this plant is that the capture cost, which is $40, it is almost like 50 to 60% lower than the conventional technologies. Next slide. So this is the Tata Steel plant. The blue structure which you see, is the CO2 capture plant. At Tata Steel, we were given a challenge that only 50 meters square of space is available, and we need to put the entire plant in that. So we stacked all the equipments one above the other. Now the CO2 being captured here goes for wastewater treatment. It is, as I said, like one of the first plant in the steel industry where the CO2 is captured from the blast furnace gas, and it is used for wastewater treatment. Next slide. NTPC, again, this is one of the first plant in India where we are capturing the CO2 from the boiler flue gas. The CO2 will be going for manufacturing of methanol, and there are some plans where methanol can be a substitute for our fuels. Next slide. Some more details about our next-gen technology, which we call as Cyclone CC, where we intend to reduce the capex and opex of carbon dioxide capture by 50%. So this is on the left-hand side. You can see a picture of our next-gen technology. Next slide. Few more pictures which you can see is from the left-hand side picture here is. Hello. Yeah. So the left-hand side picture which you see here is from our Scotland facility. The blue picture is the Cyclone CC, while the picture next to this is the conventional column. So you can see like we have reduced the height through our next-gen technology by 50% as compared to conventional technologies. The picture to the next of this picture on the right is of our plant at US, where we have put the 1 ton per day CO2 capture in a 40-feet trailer, and this goes to various facilities for testing. So our idea is very simple, that our technologies have to be modular, scalable, and it should be cost effective. Next slide. So this is a product vision, what we have when we are going to roll out our Cyclone CC by 2025. So you can see a fairly decent amount of reduction in capex and opex. both both the height as well as the footprint is also reduced by 50%. Next slide. Next. So our Cyclone CC, we are rolling out with our JV partners, our shareholders. As of now, this is right now in Europe and North America. So one of the first plant, we are working with Chevron, 120 tons per day is the capacity. We will be capturing the CO2 and we'll be using it for EOR purpose. With Veolia, in their waste to energy facility, we will be capturing the CO2 and we will be using it for various other purposes in their facility itself. It's a 10-ton per day plant. This is going to go live by starting of next year. With CEMEX, we also have completed our engineering on 100 tons per day. Gradually, at CEMEX, we are going to increase the capacity from 100 to 2,000 tons per day. At CEMEX, once the engineering is completed and the plant is deployed, the CO2 is going to go to greenhouse gases, greenhouse facility, which is next to the CEMEX plant. Next slide. You have to go before. One more slide. Yeah. So we are also working on carbon dioxide as a service. So this will be for large-scale plants, such as, when I say large-scale plants means large-scale emitters such as iron and steel industry, power plants, where the capture capacity of CO2 will be in tune of 1,000 tons per day, 2,000 tons per day. So we understand that carbon dioxide capture is not going to be the forte of power plants or steel industry. So, they would not like to focus much on that. So what we are trying to come up with is that we will arrange the financing for the plant. Carbon dioxide capture technology is our forte, so obviously it is going to come from us. So once the carbon dioxide is captured, if the transportation is needed, we have relevant partners for that, so who can provide the transportation to the relevant sites where the CO2 can be reused. One of the reuse of CO2 I have mentioned is methanol production. We have our partners who can convert the CO2 to methanol. And what the emitter can do is pay us in dollar per ton for reducing the emissions at their site. Next. Yeah, so why anyone should choose Carbon Clean solution? Because we have proprietary technology. It has been proven at 49 sites. We can help industrial emitters to decarbonize their industry and meet their net zero targets. Thanks. Any questions?
Thank you. We'll take questions all together. Thank you for bringing out, the technology and which has shown its potential at various places. So it is a promising technology. I think industry would be looking at so thank you for the presentation. And now we have the last presenter, Mr. Anand Bardhan, Director, High-Tech Facility Engineers, India partner of Centrica UK, to present his presentation. So Mr. Bardhan, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I would also like to thank BE, FCDO, KPMG, and IDEM Infra for giving us this opportunity to present our solution to this August gathering. So basically, sir, if you see in the industry, generally the trend is that energy monitoring and accounting is taking place, and this is also taking place at the electrical panel level. But as companies are moving towards reduction and reducing carbon emissions and energy wastages. So that is where they need to find out, which are the areas they can reduce, right? And that is where the challenge lies. They don't know where they should reduce, how they should reduce. And this is where Centrica, which is a multinational company from UK, they bring circuit level, machine level energy solution, right? So basically we are able to find out, these are our energy hotspots and are able to target and focus machine reduction at the machine level. So we can start with a quick video that will give you a good overview of the solution. So in case we have audio here or
device. Meet Panoramic Power, miniature wireless current sensors. Just snap it on the wire and capture unparalleled energy data. It's that simple. Dozens of sensors can be installed within minutes. These wireless sensors are non-invasive, so there is little to no downtime during installation. They are self-powered, so no need for any maintenance. The data is transmitted through the bridge to our Power Radar platform via Wi-Fi, LAN, or cellular connection, or to third-party systems via standard industry protocols, providing you with highly accurate device-level data in real time. A variety of sensor types enables you to cover any current range or wire size, as well as monitoring of loads where other power measurements are required. Think of the actionable intelligence you can get with this data. Detect energy waste. Compare efficiencies between site and systems to increase productivity. Operational tool for early failure detection, as well as predictive maintenance and much more. Be smart with your energy. Panoramic Power. Energy Insights Technology from Centrica Business Solutions.
Next slide, please. Right, so if you see, these are the sensors, right? So these are miniature sensors. This is a circuit level solution. So basically these sensors go at the circuit level. That is on each of the three phases of, let's say, a three-phase motor. And this is completely wireless, it's maintenance free, it's self-powered, so you don't need any battery power, any electrical power to operate these sensors. They transmit data every 10 seconds, so hence there is a lot of granular level intelligence, and since the data is granular level, the analytics becomes far more informed, and further the recommendations become more robust and solid. It stores data, so let's say there is a power failure, it will store data, and once the power is back, it will communicate data back to the software, which is on cloud. The data storage is up to 1 month. It meets all international certifications of developed countries like US, Europe, and others. It's a non-invasive technology, so basically I don't need to open any wires, I don't need to cut any wires, I just need to clip these sensors on the wire the way we clip our clothes on the wires. So if you see here, I mean, a lot of times in the electrical panels, there is not much space to fit these technologies, but since these are miniature sensors, they are going at each of the circuit level, if you see here in this picture. Moving forward, next slide, please. So, I mean, this basically covers end-to-end at the LT level. So basically right after the transformer from LT main panel onwards to PCC, MCC, DB, and up to machine level. So there are panel level sensors, I mean, which are again of similar size. So they go at the sectional level or main panel level. Then these are the machine level sensors which go at the circuit level. From all these sensors, the data is communicated to a proprietary gateway. The communication is completely wireless. So let's say I go for a retrofit, I don't need to lay down any wires. I don't need to invest on wiring. I mean, the communication is completely wireless. And from the gateway through LAN or Wi-Fi, the data is communicated to our software, which is again on cloud. Next slide, please. So if you see in terms of the overall architecture, so there is the hardware part, then there is a software which is called Power Radar. Now this software, it has got some unique features. First of all, it's an enterprise level solution. So sitting from your office, you can look at your multiple facilities. And within facilities, you can just double click and look at any machine. Within machines, you can double click and just look at any phase of that machine. Secondly, all energy generation sources can be factored in this software. So be it electrical, solar, DG, and corresponding tariffs can also be factored in here. And lastly, we also provide energy advisory. So generally, people on the ground, they don't have that kind of time. Once so much data starts flowing in, then it becomes a little cumbersome for them to do the analysis and come up with actionable recommendations. So that is where we come in, we handhold them and help them to reduce their carbon emissions and energy consumption. Next slide, please. Next slide. So now once we have so much data flowing in, so how can we leverage this data? So first of all, this data can be used for better planning. So a lot of companies are moving towards reducing their carbon emission, moving towards net zero, and are also aligning with their science-based targets. So this solution can help in basically drawing your zero carbon baseline, helps in drawing the carbon baseline, energy consumption baseline, and helps in defining that this is your status quo, this is where we are as of date, and this is where we need to reach going forward. And since it's data-driven, so the whole baselining becomes actual and in real time. Secondly, as I said, it's an enterprise level solution, so you can plan from the enterprise level up to the machine level. Like I said, I mean, you can target and focus the energy wastages, target and focus the reduction of energy wastages. So this will help you in reducing the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. And these could be n number of wastages. For example, there could be idle hours, off-hour consumption, air compressor leakages, chiller inefficiencies, right, motor drawing over current. So such kind of inefficiencies can be reduced. And as a result, it will reduce your scope 1 and scope 2. You can also target your upstream scope 3 emissions. So let's say there are raw material vendors in the upstream value chain. So then you can put these panel level sensors at the LT main panel of your vendors. And since it's an enterprise level solution, you can transparently monitor and track the carbon footprint and the energy consumption of your major vendors. And further, you can cajole them and persuade them to reduce their emissions. You can also, since it's a data-driven solution, you can also track all your major initiatives, right? So let's say you take 10 initiatives in a given year, so you can always track those initiatives and see if those initiatives were bearing any fruit, or you can drop them basis the data you are getting from the solution. Finally, sir, you can also, it helps in predictive maintenance because there is an energy signature analysis which it generates since these sensors go at the circuit level. So one can see if in case there is a phase imbalance, and one can predict if a machine will fail. And as a result, you can reduce your machine losses and breakdown losses. It also helps in optimizing your preventive maintenance because, I mean, as of now, the preventive maintenance is done on the predefined hours of a given machine. But here you can do it on actual running of the machine because you are getting machine level intelligence. You can also validate the quality of maintenance because you have the before and after data. And this can also, you can also correlate this data, the energy data, with your production data, and you can do the specific energy consumption analysis. As a result, you can see which are your energy efficient machines. So it ultimately helps in better production planning because you can prioritize and sequence your more energy efficient machines over less energy efficient machines. And finally, I mean, this can also be used for all digital reporting purposes. This gives the complete carbon footprint of your facility in real time. So you can always do digital reporting across multiple forums, be it ISO 14001, 50001, PAT, BRSR, etc. Next slide, please. So basically, this is how your dashboard will look. You can just click on any of your sites, and you can get into your machine level. Next slide, please. So I was telling you about predictive maintenance. So if you see, these sensors are installed on each of the 3 phases of a motor. So this is for a motor, the energy signature analysis. And here on the x-axis is time. So up to 1 p.m., the phases are balanced. But post 1 p.m., you can see there is a phase imbalance. So you can predict if the motor is going to fail or not. So as soon as there is such kind of anomalies, the system gives real-time alerts on your mobile, on your dashboard, on your emails. And then further, one needs to take corrective action. In this case, the people on the ground, they never took action. After 20 days, 15, 20 days, this motor failed. Next slide, please. So can you please play this video? So this is a video which gives you, which shows you basically how Magna, which is an automotive supplier, global player, they saved around $2 million over last few years only through predictive maintenance with their solution.
My name is James Draper. I am the maintenance area leader at Plascoat. Plascoat is a division of Magna. We have about 40 injection molding machines. We produce car parts for the automotive industry. Before we implemented the Power Radar program, we were having a ton of different breakdowns, different issues throughout our plant. More or less with our maintenance department, it was like a firefighting kind of area. You would react to the machines breaking instead of with the system now. I can currently see all of our issues up and coming. We were able to attend the machines and prevent any major downtimes, which in the long run produces more parts with less downtime, less wear and tear on our machines. Some of our first finds were the thermolators. We're now able to determine a year and a half in advance before a thermolator actually goes bad. We're able to get to these thermolators and fix them and repair them without any additional cost. Over the last few years that we've been using the Power Radar, we've been able to save a numerous amount of money. It has to be close to $2 million we've been able to reduce our energy cost.
Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide. So I was telling you about carbon footprint. So you can manage the carbon footprint of your complete facility. So the software basically converts the kWh to CO2 equivalent. So generally the trend in the industry is that one person will note down the kWh across multiple meters and on a register, then manually that conversion takes place from kWh to CO2 equivalent. There are third-party auditors which come and validate. So here there is no manual intervention. Directly the machine is communicating the kWh. The machine is directly communicating the CO2 equivalent. Next slide. So then there are multiple analytics. I mean, so if you see here, this is for a motor. This is, if you see, this is for a week from Sunday to Saturday in the top, and then on y-axis you see the 24 hours, right? So this gives a heat map for a motor. The average cost of the motor is 260 rupees per hour. Now, if you see on Sunday, on the first column, the cost has shooted up to 320 rupees. So one can always go and investigate that what happened on a Sunday, right? Why the cost has shooted up to 320 rupees, and one can go and find out the root cause here. Next slide. So I was telling you about SEC analysis. So one can do the basically kWh per kg or rupees per kg analysis. So if you see here, there are two machines, WM9 and WM11. So WM9 is more energy efficient, and then yeah, sure. So but the loading on WM9 is less than WM11. So one can prioritize in sequence to for better production planning, as in prioritize more energy efficient machines for better production planning. Next slide, please. Again, few more examples, I mean, how you can leverage this data since we are going at machine level. So if you see here, I mean, the loading on some of these machines is ranging from 19% to 36%. It's not even achieving 50% loading, right? So you can do capacity utilization analysis here. So I mean, what we suggested is from one of the machines, I mean, the loading can be shifted. If you see the bottom chart here, the loading can be shifted from one machine to another machine. This enabled the percentage capacity utilization to go beyond 50%. And on another hand, you can also stop one of the machines. As a result, your operating cost completely goes down. Next slide, please. Again, few more analytics. I mean, so here we correlated the production load versus the air compressor load and thus boiler load. So if you see here, this part, I mean, this is during the night time. The boiler load, which is the green line, it is consistent throughout the day. Whereas the production load, which is blue line and orange line, it goes down during the night. So I mean, there was unnecessary steam generation which was taking place. So then we pointed this out, and then the corrective action was done. The regulator of the boiler ID fan was regulated. And then if you see, go to the next slide. So if you see here, the green line, it also dropped corresponding to the drop in the load and the air compressor load. Next slide, please. So similarly, I mean, there are multiple ways you can leverage this data. You can also use this data for capturing manpower inefficiencies. In this case, if you see the orange line, so this was during the night time, there is a manual knotting process which needs to be done. So on this orange line, if you see, the operator has stopped this machine and performed the manual knotting process. Whereas the blue line, it never came down to zero. The power which is on y-axis, it never came down to zero. So next day when we showed this to the manager there, I mean, he was able to identify that either the operator was unattentive or not near the machine or maybe sleeping during the night because he never performed that manual knotting process by stopping the machine. So such kind of small inefficiencies can be captured and reduced. Next slide, please. So you can also validate your CapEx investments. So this is analysis for IE2 versus IE4 motor. Similarly, you can do for motor with VFD, motor without VFD. So such kind of CapEx investments can be validated with data. Next slide, please. And there are multiple other analytics. I mean, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So this is already there across multiple industries. I mean, across US and Europe. This is a case study for Cemex. So they have already installed these sensors, around 1,600 across 42 of their queries in UK. Next slide. And this installation is across their multiple machines, be it production, utilities, etc. Here again, Saint-Gobain has installed this in US. I mean, they achieved around 14% saving versus their 2017 electrical spend. Next slide. So Biomar has gone for science-based targets to move towards net zero. They are using this solution to defining their carbon baseline. Next slide. Pincroft is the largest European textile company. They have put these sensors in their HVAC lighting and production equipments. They achieved a payback within 3 months. So they are saving around 0.84 units per meter of fabric per year. Next slide. So Candiani, again, it's the largest denim manufacturer in Europe. They are monitoring around 9.6 megawatts of power, and the whole installation took place within 12 days because, like I said, it's a wireless solution. Next slide. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bardhan, and certainly my apologies for truncating all the presentations because of the paucity of time. I think each presentation deserves a day or maybe more. So with that, I would request all of you to kindly thank the panelists with a round of applause before we open the floor to the audience. So again, we have a very limited time. I would request, we will take 3 or 4 burning questions, and I would request that, so we'll take 3 questions, and we have speakers, panelists here, and the previous panelists are down on the other side of the dais. So kindly be brief and very specific so that we can get best use of the panelists here. Mike, please. Who's?
Yeah, good afternoon again. My question with Ms. D is, you have shown the plain cloth. Is it true for the design class also? This machine, and you got my question, ma'am? You have shown the plain cloth. Printed.
Yes. So
through your machine, you have dyed the dyed class. You have shown no. That is plain.
Yes, it's greyish. It's prepared for dyeing.
So does your technology works for the design class also, where multicolor and some design is there?
Yeah, so at the moment it's dyeing on plain greyish fabric prepared for dyeing, just solid colours. So we've not yet, and I don't think we will. I think there's enough of a market for solid plain dyed textiles. Do you mean dyeing on top of? Like printing, yeah, no, we're not doing that, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My one small question is with Mr. Neeraj Singh. This is working? You are making product out of CO2.
Yes.
Methanol or soda ash, you just told.
Yes.
And you are working on the bot model. So does your cost, which you are offering to the customer, matches with the market price in terms of the methanol and soda ash?
Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So for soda ash, that's why I had put in my presentation the cost which has been given to us by the client. That's $40. So if you convert that in rupees, it's just 3.2 rupees per kg. Now the CO2 price, which the Tuticorin alkali chemicals, they in southern part of the country, the CO2 price is around 10 rupees per kg. So if you are producing CO2 at 3.2 rupees, you can calculate like it's economical for them. Okay, now the next is about the methanol. I agree with you that the methanol which has been produced through this route is going to be expensive, but then again there is a special market for it as of now for the e-methanol which is produced, and there are shipping companies which are ready to buy it at a higher price. Okay, so we have one of our project in Sweden where we will be producing 140 tons per day of methanol, and the shipping giant Merck, probably you must have heard its name, so they are ready to buy at the price which methanol is produced at that site. I hope I have answered your question.
My question, Mr. Neeraj Singh.
Yeah.
You produce methanol from CO2.
Yes.
So how much hydrogen and how much CO2 required per 1 ton of methanol, and what the production cost plus effluent generation?
So the amount, let's start with it. So if you want to produce, let's say, 10 tons per day of methanol, the plant which we have at NTPC, so that will require 2 tons per day of hydrogen.
2 tons per day hydrogen.
2 tons per day of hydrogen, and it will also require 16 tons per day of CO2.
And how much pressure? Hydrogen pressure?
Sorry?
How much pressure? Hydrogen pressure?
Hydrogen pressure. Okay, so the hydrogen comes from the electrolyzer. You will get at normal pressures, okay, atmospheric pressure. While it goes to the methanol plant, of course, the pressure is increased as per required by the methanol synthesis. CO2 again, which comes out from our plant, that will be at 1 bar gauge, okay, and then the pressure is increased in the methanol synthesis plant.
No. So carbon dioxide burned out 2 kilometer distance in hydrogen or other area, then how to combine by manifold or transport CO2 or hydrogen?
Yes. So for that, if CO2 point source from where it will be captured is at particular distance, okay. So what you can do is in one of our facilities, that's what is our plan, that we will be capturing the CO2 and transporting it. Okay, and I think you must have seen the CAS model which I showed on the slide. It is for that purpose only. Like if you are capturing the CO2 at particular site, we can arrange for transportation of that where it can be reused.
Okay, please give your card so we discuss later.
Yeah, sure, sure. I will.
So I think there is no more hands. So we would like to thank the panelists once again, and we hand over to the comparer for the further proceeding. Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok, for moderating the session. We also thank our panelists, the UK delegates, for their sessions and insight. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present them with a memento. I think he's waiting for a photograph. You can start the moment. Group photograph. Okay. May I request Dr. Ashok to kindly present memento to Ma'am Radhika Tomar, Head Energy Sector Reform, British High Commission. To Dr. Sarah Connolly, Innovation Lead, Innovate UK. Ms. D. Roche, Chief Marketing Officer, Alchemy Technology. Mr. Mark Hardiman, CEO, Lat Water. Mr. Neeraj Singh, Sales Manager, Carbon Clean. And Mr. Anand Vardhan, Director, High Tech Facility Engineers. Thank you, Dr. Ashok. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the technical session. Now I would request Shri Sunil Khandare, Director, BEE, to kindly deliver a vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, so we have a very important announcement for all of you. As we are the Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy would be with us at 5:40. May I please request all of you to be seated by 5:35, as we would like to begin the program the moment he arrives. So I repeat again, may I please request all of you to honor the Minister. May I request all of you to be seated by 5:35. So that we can start the program the moment he is with us. He is expected to come by 5:40. Okay. We can have a short tea break in the meantime. Please enjoy the tea. And once again, I request all of you to be seated by 5:35, ladies and gentlemen. That is around 15 minutes from now. Thank you so much. See you all back at 5:35. With us right now, may I request all of you to kindly rise and extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri R.K. Singh. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. On this occasion, we would also like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, Shri Alok Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Power, Shri Ajay Tiwari, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, and Shri Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Thank you. Kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we also extend our warm welcome to the senior government officials from Ministry of Power and other ministries, departments, PSUs, senior officials from state governments and think tanks. We also welcome industry officials who have performed exceedingly well in PAT cycles, along with energy auditors and managers who have supported us in this endeavor. As you all know, that Bureau of Energy Efficiency was set up under the Energy Conservation Act 2001. Therefore, BEE celebrates its foundation day on 1st of March every year. In the past 2 decades, BEE has come a long way and has achieved various milestones while playing a leading role in India's energy conservation and emission reduction. Starting from the launch of the Standards and Labeling Program to the Perform, Achieve and Trade Scheme for industrial energy efficiency in buildings and transport sector, the demand-side management initiatives, BEE has covered all spheres of economy for improving efficiency. The roles and responsibilities of BEE have been constantly increasing with the ratification of the Paris Agreement, followed by the Panchamrit announced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India at COP26 held at Glasgow. This year's celebration, ladies and gentlemen, is particularly significant as it marks a decade since the inception of the Perform, Achieve and Trade Scheme, which has been instrumental in promoting energy efficiency in the energy-intensive industries and establishments. In recognition of this milestone achievement, we will be honoring the exceptional efforts of designated consumers who have excelled in PAT Cycle 2. The Top Performer Award serves as a testament to their unwavering commitment to energy conservation efforts and their significant contribution to building a sustainable future. Without further ado, now I invite Shri Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to Ladies and gentlemen, before the welcome address, may I request and invite Shri Vishal Kapoor, CEO, EESL, to kindly join us on the dais. And now I invite DG BEE to kindly deliver his welcome address.
Thank you. Namaskar. Honorable Union Minister for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh ji, Secretary Power, Shri Alok Kumar, Shri Ajay Tiwari, Additional Secretary, colleague Vishal Kapoor, CEO ESL, senior officials from government, departments, CEOs of CPSUs, other corporates, think tanks, energy auditors, representatives from partner organizations, ladies and gentlemen. On this 21st Foundation Day of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we are really honored that our head of the family, Shri R.K. Singh ji, is with us. As you all aware, the 20 years is not a long period, but yet the dedicated team efforts from Bureau of Energy Efficiency under the guidance of Ministry of Power and also all other ministries and in association with all our partner organizations, auditors, we have been able to launch a number of projects in the last 2 decades. While we are serving especially for the consumers in saving their energy cost, our objective has been now enhanced to reduce the emissions from our economy. So in the process of energy transition, we are also now aiming for further decarbonizing our different sectors of our economy. In this regard, we have celebrated the Foundation Day in the last 2 years with a different theme. So for today's Foundation Day, no other than our flagship initiatives, the PAT scheme has been chosen. And because we are completing 1 decade of this most important and flagship scheme for the government. It's really a privilege for me to lead this ambitious program, which has now completed 10 years, but we expect that next 2 decades also will be very, very important for the country when we implement this ambitious program. Before I give very key points here, this is one program that with only 1,000 number of countries, we are able to cover almost 60% of the industry's primary energy consumption. That means more than 300 million ton of oil equivalent. And this 300 million ton of oil equivalent may be more than most of the developed countries in the Europe. So you can imagine one single flagship program is covering perhaps more than the country's overall energy consumption. This is the magnitude of this program. Very shortly, we will have a detailed video about this program or the journey. But I want to highlight 10 big points from here. In 2012-2013, when the first notification was out, most of the stakeholders, they had doubt whether really this program will work or not. But after 10 years, now everybody feels, yes, this is the most successful program. This is one program or under the mission which has the highest mitigation potential of our all climate change efforts in the country. This is the highest mitigation potential. This is one program which has the largest coverage of the economical sector. It covers almost every sector in the economy which is in the energy basket. This is one program, if we go to any part of the world, any continent, and if you are discussing energy efficiency in industry, there are always 10 people who are telling me, yes, we know about this PAT program. Before I tell them what is PAT program, they always tell me, yes, I know about this program and about its success. This is one program, and this is not, I am telling, many partners and many experts have told that this is one program where the energy saving is actually measured and verified. Most of the other programs, the energy saving is only estimated. This is one program where the saving is verified. This is one program where we came out with different notification, and in 2013, 2014, most of the stakeholders had the apprehension whether are we able to implement these regulations, whether we can actually honor these notifications. There were a lot of doubts how the targets will be set. There were a lot of doubts how the trading will happen. But we have got over all these challenges, and by 2017, Honorable Minister, when he took over, we launched the first trading session of this program in 2017. This is one single program where more than 15,000 energy professionals are involved. They are trained, different capacity building workshops, and the different auditors got their exposure to different technologies. And when in 2014, May 2014, the first notification came out regarding mandatory energy audit, the first question was whether do we have that many numbers of auditors in the country. And today we have more than 300 accredited auditors, and all of them have enriched their knowledge, and actually they are doing a great job in auditing all the industrial countries. In the context of setting the targets, again, as I mentioned, there were many doubts, and even the trading platform. But everything has been resolved, and now we are going with grid guns. Sir, this is one initiative where the energy saving has come out from shop floor and it has gone to the boardroom. Now, every person, whether he is a worker in a shop floor, any energy manager, or even a board of the director, he is taking pride that yes, he has saved energy for his unit, he has saved cost of energy, but he has also saved energy for the country and also the emissions. This is one program where different delegations from other countries have visited Bureau and other parts of the country, and they asked us how to implement this program. And most of them have replicated similar initiative just by some modification in their country. So this is the program which has been replicated in many other countries. And finally, this is the program which has prepared our country for taking the next 1 decade or 2 decades in transforming into a energy transition efforts and making our economy very, very green. Sir, based on the different efforts, let me congratulate all the auditors and also the champions of the industry who have done their excellent work, and now they are feeling very, very confident to achieve all our climate goals. Now they are in fact asking much more about that. 8 years back they were afraid whether this itself will really work. Will they be able to achieve the targets? But today they are asking much more about that. And that's why we are now trying to shift to carbon markets, because now industry says, why should we only talk about the energy saving certificates and that's market? So they want to go beyond. They want to save energy. They want to also reduce emission. So the decarbonization is the next pillar which we want to start, so that the energy transition is complete, both in terms of energy efficiency as well as decarbonizing our economy. And in that regard, the next 1 decade, the entire industry is very much confident and they are all geared up. Sir, we are always honored to get this program under your guidance, the Ministry of Power and all our partner CPSUs and the partner organizations. I'm really thankful to all of you for making this the great program a success for the first decade, and we hope the same for the coming 2 decades, so that our entire country's economy is on a greener path. Thank you so much.
The world is grappling with a formidable challenge, a daunting phenomenon known as climate change. India moved proactively to tackle this problem with the launch of 8 national missions, one such mission being the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, or NMEE. This mission envisions India reducing its emission intensity by 45% by 2030 against 2005 level. The mission was drawn up by the Ministry of Power in association with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. The mandate for improving energy efficiency across large energy-intensive industries was given to BEE, which evolved an innovative, cyclic market-based mechanism called Perform, Achieve and Trade, or PAT. The PAT scheme was developed for reducing specific energy consumption. This initiative would enable industries to trade extra savings via energy saving certificates. With the completion of decade of the PAT scheme, over 1,000 large units stand benefited. The first cycle of PAT started with 478 industrial units spanning over 8 sectors. These units have performed exceedingly well and have achieved energy savings more than 30% against their targets. Their efforts have resulted in avoiding emission of about 31 million tons of CO2. In lieu of the energy savings, about 38.25 lakh e-certs were issued to 306 DCs, while 110 DCs were entitled to purchase e-certs for the shortfall. The Trading for PAT Cycle 1 was launched by Honorable Union Minister for Power and New Renewable Energy on September 2017. The PAT scheme was deepened to include new DCs in the existing sectors and widened to include 3 new sectors. The implementation of the PAT Cycle 2 has resulted to energy savings of 14.08 MTOE, which corresponds to avoiding of carbon dioxide emissions of around 68 million tons. In lieu of the excess energy saving beyond their targets, 57 lakh e-certs were issued to 349 DCs, while 193 DCs were entitled to purchase 36.68 lakh e-certs to comply with the shortfall in their energy savings targets. The PAT Cycle 3 notified in 2017 to 18 with 116 DCs from 6 sectors. Energy savings accrued from implementation of the PAT Cycle 3 is about 1.594 MTOE. On similar lines, PAT Cycle 4 was notified with an energy savings target of 0.6998 MTOE for 106 DCs. 2 new sectors were also notified. PAT Cycle 5 commenced on 1st April 2019. For this cycle, with 110 DCs carrying energy savings target of 0.513 MTOE. PAT Cycle 6 commenced on 1st April 2020 with an energy savings target of 1.277 MTOE for 135 DCs from 6 sectors. For the PAT Cycle 7, an energy savings target of 8.485 MTOE has been set for 707 DCs. Across the span of a decade, the PAT scheme has not only achieved significant energy savings, it has also transformed the outlook of Indian industry. The experience gleaned across the past 10 years has enabled it to develop a clearly defined plan for the future. A plan that envisages the deepening and widening of the PAT scheme and also the strive for developing an Indian carbon market. As we commemorate a glorious decade of the landmark PAT scheme, it is worth calling the vision shared by the Honourable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in Glasgow. A vision of life where instruments such as PAT will play a lead role in mindful utilization of the critical resources like energy and avoiding emission of destructive greenhouse gases.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a video on decade of PAT scheme. I also would like to express my gratitude to Shri Abhay Bakre for his warm welcome address and valuable insight and perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, BEE jointly with EESL is implementing demonstration of energy efficient project in PAT industries. In the first phase of the project, demonstration of 8 energy efficient innovative technologies in about 27 designated consumers will be carried out. Subsequently, EESL shall aggregate the demand for energy efficient technologies with an objective to reach out to the maximum number of designated consumers. This will enable large-scale deployment of energy efficient technologies and usher in market transformation. EESL has received very active response from PAT DCs for DEEP program, and 13 DCs have been qualified for implementation of project under phase 1 of DEEP program. I now invite Shri Vishal Kapoor, CEO EESL, and Dr. Ashok Kumar, DDG BEE on the dais, along with the 5 DCs for exchange of MOUs in the esteemed presence of our chief guest, the Honorable Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri R.K. Singh, and other dignitaries on the dais. This is the exchange of MOUs. From the DCs, I invite Mr. Sanjay Singh and Umang Gupta from Shree Cement Limited.
through bidding, we will win the highest price for buyback of the
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Sachin Gupta from JK White Cement Works.
an energy efficient machine. You are defining. Is that so you will put our investment. Once it is succeeded, then they will buy.
I now invite Mr. Sachin Gupta from GK White Cement Works.
So you will be creating an IPR virtually. That's for the latest. This is me IPR और नई टेक्नोलॉजी IPR मिलेगा उसको आप डेवलप कर रहे हो. ये तो है जहाँ
Heartiest congratulations.
लेकिन कहीं डिप्लॉय नहीं हुए आप कहाँ से हैं? सर JK White Cement से. So what is the type of technology मंत्री बताइए थोड़ा. What is the technology which will develop? Yes, sir. For the big project, we have selected for 5 member of the school foundation for urban migrate with DAP. तो ये अभी आपके नहीं है. Sir, but what is it? Tell me again. What is it? Sir, screw compressor. Screw compressor. So it works in the screw. Just to generate the compressed air. Right. Right now the technology is available. There is a asynchronous motor without VFD. But right now the latest technology is available in the market with the permanent magnet. So that the losses will reduce and your specific energy consumption will reduce from 0.182 unit per ton cement to the 0.13. From 0.18 to 0.13. But just by one this system? Yes, sir. By VFD and by permanent magnet. Okay. So this will be a gain of what percent? Almost 30%. Almost 30%. We have submitted for 50%. Yes.
Heartiest congratulations once again.
Permanent magnet. So will you be sharing this technology with other industries? Yes, sir. ये भी है. After installation, complete the technology will global. After installation, we will share the successful cases to others. They can also come and see. So that yes, we will also share the same to the CMA journal also. Yes, sir. And we will share the same to the CMA journal. We will be scaling it up. Later on, we will be scaling it. No, but yes, demand आएगी ना ये हमारे other industries will also be reporting measurement access. So that they also become efficient. And these are all scalable and replicable. इसमें और भी ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसमें scaling possible नहीं है, but energy efficient customization. ESL will be able to take forward all those technologies and replicable and scalable. And other industries. Very nice.
Thank you. Now I invite Mr. Bujji Babu from NSL Textiles Limited in Kolu and NSL Textiles Limited Idlapadu. So this is an exchange with two of the MOUs being exchanged in their two of their plants.
Textile industry. What is your industry? Which textile industry. So there also you use screw compressors. A lot of that same efficiency gain will apply. So you will be using a permanent magnet. Not only permanent magnet, sir. We are having VFD technologies also. Variable frequency drive. Variable frequency drive. Variable frequency drives. Basically, इससे काफी efficiency आती है. Variable frequency drives. Excellent. Both we can use. That will save something. And how much time will it take to deploy it? Setup हो जाएगा. 3 to 4 months. So this is one additional technology which we developed. Yes. Variable frequency drive. What is a variable frequency drive? So it's basically motors जो होती है electrons को control करने के लिए variable drives होती हैं उसमें आप various speeds पे you can use different frequencies. Most efficient. Load most efficient. Constant requirement of pressure. Yes. So we can slow down. So motor की speed एक होती है. इससे ये इसको change कर पाते हैं कि अगर जहाँ compressed air की requirement नहीं है पंप के अंदर already टैंक के अंदर हवा है तो then you are sir constant speed तो उतनी efficiency नहीं आती. But this VFD you will be able to reduce the electricity demand according to the requirement. जब load कम ज़्यादा होता है. Thank you.
Congratulations. This is Mr. M. Bujji Babu from NSL Textiles Limited from their Inkolu and Idlapadu plant. And now I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Singh from Yash Pakka Limited. Congratulations.
माइक्रो टर्बाइन पेपर में माइक्रो टर्बाइन लगाएंगे अभी नहीं है यू मेक पेपर पेपर एंड कंपोस्टेबल टेबल वेयर पेपर से व्हाट इज द टेक्नोलॉजी चेंज व्हिच यू विल बी ब्रिंगिंग ओवर इसमें क्या नया टेक्नोलॉजी लगाएंगे माइक्रो टर्बाइन अशोक जी आप बताओ क्या माइक्रो टर्बाइन मतलब बहुत छोटा टर्बाइन होता है क्या पेपर में से स्टीम निकलती है हाँ तो ये माइक्रो टर्बाइन उससे चाहिए वो आपका एनर्जी रिकवरी हो जाए जो पहले नहीं
This is Mr. Deepak Singh from Yash Pakka Limited. That's it. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the keynote address now. Shri Alok Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Power, has always been personally involved and has actively guided the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in all its programs. His strong leadership, commitment, motivation, and wide experience has always helped Bureau of Energy Efficiency in achieving its goal towards energy efficiency and conservation. He has been a constant guiding force for BEE, and it gives me immense pleasure to invite Shri Alok Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Power, to deliver his keynote address, please. Shri Alok Kumar.
Shri R.K. Singh Saab, Union Power Minister and Chief Guest of BE's Foundation Day. Shri Abhay Bhakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. My colleague from Ministry, Shri Ajay Tiwari, Additional Secretary. CMDs of our CPSC, CMD NTPC, PFC, NHPC, Power Grid and Grid Controller of India. Senior functionaries from our industry partners. Ladies and gentlemen, I think let me first extend my congratulations and best wishes to the family of Bureau of Energy Efficiency on the occasion of their 21st Foundation Day. It's a great occasion, and we have been participating in different Foundation Days. I realize these are very important days for not only for that organization, also for the ministry, because it enables us to focus what they are doing in what are their requirements, key achievements. At the sake of repetition, let me again applaud the commendable outcome which BE has achieved in terms of India's nationally determined contributions, which are keeping our head high. We speak so much on supply side, but it is a matter of pride that, sir, this organization of only about 100 people, they are about 120 people only. There are only 120 people working, and they have achieved what all other huge establishment of supply side has achieved. The efforts of BE has almost achieved the 50% of the outcome which India is now showcasing before the world. our 50% of our emission intensity reduction and has come from the programs which so successfully BE has implemented. And let me repeat, they are just a set of around 120 people, all put together, the regular and contractual staff. Sir, it's a very unique example that what a team which is led well, like our Honorable Minister and Honorable Prime Minister, and which is so motivated and dedicated can achieve. It is very rare example of an organization where only about 120 people can work for successful implementation of landmark schemes like PAT, which is now globally recognized, a program like Ujala in cooperation with ESL, and a huge program of standards and labeling. And you can't imagine, because I have taken several meetings in which BE has presented, type of coordination it requires across ministries of Government of India. These are not only energy, non-energy ministries also, and some of them are like Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and all other ministries. Steel Ministry, there are several ministries in which they work across. And so their footprint is pan-India. They work with SDAs of all states and UTs. And they are expected to communicate to such a large clientele, the huge capacity building efforts in terms of their energy managers, energy auditors, the architects, and you name it, it's a very long list. So they really deserve huge commendation for their such an impressive work. Sir, under your guidance, they are also now extending their work to support large number of MSMEs, because so far PAT has been focusing on the large industrial consumers, large energy consumers, but now that work is very challenging. BE has to work through clusters in which there are a large number of entrepreneurs. Ministry of Power has also entrusted the Bureau of Energy Efficiency the work of e-mobility. They are the nodal agency for the charging infrastructure creation and all the related ecosystem, all rules and regulations. BE has also drawn up a very impressive India Cooling Action Plan in partnership with MOEF, and most of the activities will be conducted by BE, because space cooling demand is going to be the real killer for India, because by 2030, the type of heat we are now facing and experiencing, and all air conditioning load, if we are not able to implement our cooling action plan successfully, it will be a really very big, huge challenge for the power supply. So they are also taking a lead in the G20 Energy Transition Working Group. BE is leading one of the key priorities in drawing the roadmap for doubling the energy efficiency rate in a decade, and also the promoting technologies for hard to abate industrial sectors. So there are 4 new areas which has been recently entrusted by Ministry to BE. They will be implementing the Indian carbon market under the new law, the Amended Energy Conservation Act, which will be a huge thing. The PAT is all right, PAT is very important, but the efforts required for implementing Indian carbon market, I think, will be manifold. Maybe I will say 5-6 times of what efforts are going to PAT. It will have many sectors and huge number of projects, several interventions. So we have also made them the nodal agency for leading the energy data management unit. There is a feeling that India is relying on energy statistics given by IEA or other agencies, but we don't have our authentic energy statistics. So we have given them that responsibility. We have done, I think, about 4 meetings of the steering committee, and BE is also leading that work in very active cooperation with NITI Aayog. NITI Aayog is doing the supply side and BE is doing the demand side. So BE is also now turning to green energy also in a way. Under the new mandate of developing energy conservation and sustainable building codes, which has come after the new amendment in the law, the building codes will focus not only on the energy efficiency, but also on promoting the green energy in terms of the rooftop and other interventions. And similarly, the obligations for the consumers or the industries to have minimum percentage, which is specified as per Government of India, for consumption of the non-fossil energy and non-fossil feedstock. That also responsibility will be with BEE. So the mandate of BEE is expanding hugely, and Government of India's Ministry of Power is well conscious that they need to be strengthened and they need to be supported in this mandate. Sir, I would like to end by raising 2 points for the thought today. Sir, Honorable Prime Minister has launched this LIFE mission, the lifestyle for environment. And now BEE is also an important player in implementing LIFE mission. They have to reach to the all power consumers in the country that they have to save energy. But sir, there will be one challenge. Giving some subsidy in power tariff to some deserving consumers, poor consumers, is all right. But giving free power left and right is a big setback for the cause of energy efficiency. Because if something is given free, the basic human behavior of saving energy will not materialize. It will be taken away. So I will call upon Bureau of Energy Efficiency to do some policy advocacy, because the free power should be given only to the most deserving class, most poor people. But if we give free power to one who has an air conditioner in a house, this will be completely taking away the all movement to life or energy conservation in our country. And we'll end up generating more energy, maybe generating more emissions. There has to be strong efforts for the policy advocacy in this regard. So second point I want to raise today before this house is the BEE's efforts towards awareness creation. Say, most of our efforts will succeed in future if you are able to influence the consumer behavior or the energy consumer behavior. For that, you have to be stronger and more, say, hugely present on social media, because spending lakhs of rupees in one page advertisement is not that effective in today's generation and today's world. If you are more active on social media, there are some good apps which can reach to common citizens. I think you will be able to achieve your mission far more successfully. So those 2 thoughts I will leave. And once again, I extend very hearty congratulations and all the best wishes to the family of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, being led by very competent Director General of BEE, Shri Ajay Bhakre, and with the all support and guidance and leadership of our Honorable Minister, Shri R.K. Singh Saab. And let me also say, sir, NTPC and Power Grid, both the CMDs are here. They have also been tasked to support ESL. Sir, ESL was set up as a very important instrument, but there has been some difficulties which Ministry has now sorted out. So I will call upon both NTPC and Power Grid also to come forward wholehearted and support ESL, so that they can play an important role in energy conservation efforts of India. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Alok Kumarji. Ladies and gentlemen, on this auspicious day, Bureau of Energy Efficiency is going to introduce 4 new domestic appliances under Standards and Labeling Program. Through these appliances, we will be able to save 11.2 billion units of electricity by 2030, leading to 9 million tons of carbon dioxide emission reduction. Now, I would like to request our Honorable Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh, and other dignitaries on the dais to launch the voluntary star labeling program for multi-door refrigerator.
दूसरों को इतना ऐसा पैक करके लाना है।
schedule gives
This is for multi-door refrigerator.
the standards, the level saving
Voluntary star labeling program for multi-door refrigerator. Table wall mounted fans. Pedestal fans.
table or well mounted. These are pedestals. First time कर रहे हैं इसको?
And induction hob. Induction hob. Voluntary star labeling program for induction hob.
सुने अभय सर कुछ पूछ रहे हैं पूड़े चपाती बन जाए ऐसा बर्तन होना चाहिए पूड़े बन जाएगी कढ़ाई से यस सर तो इसको फिर आप ऐसा डिज़ाइन करवाइए कुछ इसमें यूटेंसिल इसमें चपाती बन जाएगी है ना तो हमारे भारतीय खाने का कोई तरीका है
And now I would request Honorable Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh, to launch iDiksha portal and release the newsletter and flyer. Ladies and gentlemen, Foreign, Commonwealth and the Development Office under the Aspire program has been instrumental in development of iDiksha portal. We thank Ms. Libby Green, Head of Climate and Energy, British High Commission in this regard. Industrial Decarbonization and Energy Efficiency Knowledge Sharing Platform, iDiksha, formerly known as Knowledge Exchange Platform, is a joint initiative of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and UK Government's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office under the Accelerating Smart Power and Renewable Energy Program. It aims to facilitate exchange of information, knowledge and experience and best practices related to industrial energy efficiency, decarbonization among wide gamut of stakeholders such as industries, industrial associations, technology, service providers and research institutes. May I request officials from FCDO to kindly come. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Guest. Ladies and gentlemen, India hosts the world's second largest base for MSMEs with 6.3 million units in operations, which has largest scope for energy savings. Considering the energy saving potential in MSME, Bureau has initiated many programs and activities to handhold MSMEs. BEE and UNIDO shortly concluding it's one of the largest programmatic intervention for MSMEs with the support from Global Environment Facility. The project was operational in 26 clusters in 5 sectors and implemented more than 1876 energy efficiency and renewable energy measures, capturing an aggregated demand for solar rooftop of about 5.5 megawatt, pilot demonstrations in the clusters and notable establishments of 12 energy management centers, now scaled up to 29 in the country, equipped with latest energy auditing instruments. Overall, the project has achieved energy savings of about 24,000 tons of oil equivalent per year and mitigating 1.47 lakh tons of CO2 emission per annum. This coffee table book provides an illustrative view of the project journey and its achievements and impact in various MSME clusters. Now I would request our Honorable Chief Guest to kindly release the coffee table book. I also request other dignitaries to join on the dais, please. Thank you, Chief Guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards the felicitation ceremony of the top performer DCs under PAT scheme Cycle 2. The top performer awards serve as a testament to their unwavering commitment to energy conservation and their significant contributions to building a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, for this felicitation, once again, may I please invite Honorable Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, our Chief Guest, Shri R.K. Singh. May I also request Shri Alok Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Power, and other dignitaries on the dais to accompany him for the felicitation ceremony. In the cement sector, In the cement sector, the awards for the top performer DCs goes to Sanghi Industries Limited, Kutch, Gujarat, Shree Cement Limited, Pali, Rajasthan, and Ultratech Cement Limited, Ravan Cement Works, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Heartiest congratulations. In the cement sector, the award for the top performer DC goes to Sanghi Industries Limited, Kutch, Gujarat, Shree Cement Limited, Pali, Rajasthan, and Ultratech Cement Limited, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. In the aluminium sector, the award for the top performer DC goes to Bharat Aluminium Company Limited, Korba, Chhattisgarh, Vedanta Limited, Jharsuguda, Odisha, and Hindalco Industries Limited, Renukut, Uttar Pradesh. In the chlor-alkali sector, the award for the top performer DC goes to Nirma Limited, Bhavnagar, Gujarat, Grasim Industries Limited, Chemical Division, Palamau, Jharkhand, and Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited, Dahej, Gujarat. Can we have a big round of applause for all the top performer DCs so far? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Heartiest congratulations to the top performer DCs so far. ग्रासिम ले रहे हैं Can we have a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. In the Discom sector, the award for the top performer DC goes to Punjab State Corporation Limited, Patiala, Punjab, Bengaluru Electricity Supply Company Limited, Bengaluru, Karnataka, and BSES Yamuna Power Limited, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, please encourage with a big round of applause. Thank you. from here so that I can also see. जब वो थर्ड वाले आ जाएंगे तब बोलूँगी।
वाले जब निकलेंगे तब बोलना, कंफ्यूजन।
अच्छा ठीक है, मैं ये एक एक करके बोलती हूँ क्योंकि ना हाँ हाँ heartiest congratulations. अभी बोल सकती हूँ, पहले वाले को बुला लेती हूँ सिर्फ, है ना, पहले वाले को बुला लेती हूँ। अच्छा In the fertilizer sector, the award for the top performer DC goes to IFCO Anola 1 Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. IFCO Paradeep, Odisha. IFCO Pulpur 1 Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh. Heartiest congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put a bigger round of applause for all the top performer DC so far. Thank you. In the petroleum refinery sector, the awards for the top performer DC goes to Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Bina Refinery, Bina, Madhya Pradesh. They are not standing. Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, Mangalore Refinery, Mangalore. Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, Mangalore Refinery, Mangalore. And Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mumbai Refinery, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Heartiest congratulations. Can we all put a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mumbai Refinery, Maharashtra. In the pulp and paper sector, the awards for the top performer DC goes to Built Graphic Paper Products Limited, Chandrapur, Maharashtra. The pulp and paper sector, the top performer DC award goes to Built Graphic Paper Products Limited, Chandrapur, Maharashtra. Century Papers, Nainital, Uttarakhand. And Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers Limited, Karur, Tamil Nadu. Heartiest congratulations. Let's put a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. In the railway sector, the awards for the top performer DC goes to South Central Railway, Secunderabad, Telangana. This is South Central Railway, Secunderabad, Telangana. Central Railway, Mumbai, CST, Maharashtra. Integral Coach Factory, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. In the thermal power plant sector, the awards for top performer DCs goes to Chandrapur Super Thermal Power Station, Mahagenco, Chandrapur, Maharashtra. Koradi Thermal Power Station, Mahagenco, Koradi, Nagpur, Maharashtra. And Obra Thermal Power Station, Uttar Pradesh, Vidyut Utpadan Nigam Limited, Sonbhadra, Uttar Pradesh. Heartiest congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put a big round of applause for all the top performer DCs? Thank you so much. In the textile sector, the awards for the top performer DC goes to Shriram Rayons, Kota, Rajasthan. Vardhaman Fabrics, Budhni, Madhya Pradesh. In the textile sector, the award for top performer DCs goes to Shriram Rayon, Kota, Rajasthan. Vardhaman Fabrics, Budhni, Madhya Pradesh. And Grasim Industries Limited, Haveri, Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put a big round of applause for everyone. Thank you. This is Grasim Industries Limited, Haveri, Karnataka. Thank you, Chief Guest. Thank you, dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the end of the felicitation ceremony. Can we have a final round of applause for all the award winners? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have the Honorable Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh, with us today. With his decades of experience, he has been instrumental in driving significant reforms in the power sector and advancing the development of new and renewable energy. We are privileged to have him here today to share his insights and vision for the future. We all know that All the initiatives and programs of Bureau of Energy Efficiency are very close to his heart, and his keen interest and guidance has always helped BEE in achieving more and more milestones. It gives me immense pleasure and immense honor to now invite Honorable Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri R.K. Singh, to deliver his inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri R.K. Singh. Thank you, sir.
Shri Alok Kumar, the Secretary, Ministry of Power. Mr. Tiwari, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power. Mr. Abhay Bhakre, Director General of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Mr. Vishal Kapoor, the CEO of ESL. The CMD of NTPC, CMD PGCI, CMD THDC, the CMD Grid Controller of India, CMD PFC. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by congratulating BEE on its 21st birthday. Yours has been a remarkable journey. In this 21 years, you have truly achieved something which you can be proud of. You have made a difference. You have made a difference to the climate. You've made a difference to the power sector. On this occasion, I also want to remember the eminent minds who had this idea of starting an organization of the Bureau of, like the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in the year of the Lord of 2002. At that point of time, when energy efficiency was not actually something which everybody talked about or spoke about, the people who set it up, people who drafted the Energy Conservation Act, and the people who conceived of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they were visionaries. If you look at the Energy Conservation Act, and you think of the think about it being drafted in 2002, I actually marveled at the vision and the foresight of the then ministers and secretaries who thought about it and who brought it into being. Even now, the Energy Conservation Act is one of the the leading acts. It's a forward-looking act even now by world standards. What your organization has done, not only your organization, I think there's one more organization we need to name, and that's the ESL. What the two of you have done is that you have made it easy for us. You have facilitated our country in achieving the goals it set for itself in terms of reduction of emissions. Our per capita emissions are very low compared to the world average. We are 1/3 of the world average. Despite that, we had pledged that we will reduce our emissions intensity by 33% by 2030. This was in 2015. And we shall achieve that goal well before 2030. I would request Abhay to carry out an assessment this year so that we see as to where we are at. This will enable us to do some course correction if necessary. But I can tell you this, that no course correction will be required. The way we are going, we will achieve not only 33%, we will achieve 45%, which is our new target of reduction of emissions intensity. But the scope is still huge. The scope is still huge. It is huge because we have the whole gamut of different technologies in our industry, in our industrial firmament. As Alok said, as Abhay said, our program for energy efficiency in industry is a leader, is a world leader. And the Perform, Achieve, Trade has emerged as a world leader. It's the best program for bringing about energy efficiency in the industry. And so it has achieved a lot, almost a reduction of 106 million tons of CO2 per annum. That has been the reduction which we have achieved already. So it's huge. And the LED program, that has achieved emissions reduction of almost 104 million tons per annum. So the programs have done very well. The star rating program, which we have for appliances, has achieved emissions reduction of almost 53 million tons of CO2 per annum. So all your programs have done very well. But we have a huge scope as well. As I said, if you look at the technologies which are available, which are there in our industrial firmament, right from the MSMEs to the biggest industries, you will find that all generations are represented in that. You will find that you have technologies which are, the 60s vintage, and you will have technologies which are actually the 2000 vintage and maybe 2015 vintage, 2020 vintage. So we have the entire gamut of technologies represented here. So that scope is huge. All those older technologies, they are waiting to be replaced by more efficient technologies. If we do that, we will have reduced our emissions intensity much, much more than what we have done. And I think that that is the target. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency, I think, is smaller than it should be. It needs to expand. The name needs to change. The huge work which it is doing, that does not come out when you talk about that organization as a bureau. I don't think this organization should remain a bureau any longer. It is a huge, its task is huge. It's done well. As I said, imagine changing the trajectory of emissions of a country of the size of India. Imagine that. And there is this organization called the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which along with ESL has managed to do that. And managed to do that in a way which, is actually something which we are proud of, which the world looks upon as a huge success. And the world asks us as to how we have done it. One of the reasons for our being one of the world leaders in energy transition is here. You are one of the reasons why we are a global leader in energy transition. That's huge. That's huge. So think about a bigger name for yourself and think about expanding. This also shows, I think one lesson we can take from the success of Bureau of Energy Efficiency also shows that actually the size of the organization is not everything. What is also important is the brains, the intelligence, the thinking behind it, the designing of the programs. That is what is the key. And of course, the effectiveness of the law. Now, there's another thing which I keep marveling about, and as an Indian, I'm proud about that, and I think all of us should be. And that is that, we are a country with huge variety and, the huge amount of political diversity. We are a robust democracy, and you have different parties in office in different states. And yet, when you take up a program, and huge programs, you can implement it, you implement it, we implement it before time. This is something which we have seen program after program after program. Whether it was electrifying the whole country, connecting every home, or right now reaching drinking water to every home, or reaching the gas-based cooking to every home. Just imagine the huge size of the programs. And we did all this. We did all this. Imagine achieving our target of energy transition in terms of capacity, achieving more than 40% capacity from non-fossils, 9 years in advance of the target date which we had given to the world. All this is possible. Imagine a country like us vaccinating every citizen and coming out of COVID faster than any other country. And we did it. And the whole world now looks upon us with, wonder how we did it. So we can deliver. When we set our minds to it, we Indians can really deliver. And we've shown that again and again and again. I mean, right now in front of us, we have, the such examples which are unparalleled. Universal access in electricity, universal access in gas-based cooking. And I mean, what the Bureau of Energy Efficiency has done. And then vaccination, universal vaccination. So this is something we need to keep in our minds as we move ahead. The whole world is now looking upon us with different eyes. And if we keep that in mind, then I'm quite sure that we'll be, more than willing and ready to take on additional challenges. Now, somehow or the other, I think the Prime Minister knew this. So when he said that, by in 2015, by 2030, that by 2030, we'll have 40% of our capacity from non-fossils, or my non-fossil capacity will be 175 gigawatts. Imagine saying this in 2015. At that point of time, even in 2017, when I joined this office, I thought that how is it possible? But we've nearly done it, and we would have the sort of crossed 175 before the target date if it had not been for 2 years of COVID. Despite that, the present position is that you have almost about 170 gigawatts of renewables and another about 60, 70 gigawatts under construction. And 170 is with hydro, which is also renewable. But if you take out hydro, it is about 123, 124 gigawatts, with another 60 gigawatts are under construction. So we would have done it minus hydro as well. But imagine, saying this. Imagine saying sometime in the end of 2017 that I will please electrify every home, 2.9 crore homes in India. But we did it. So we can do it. We can do it. Now I have set some targets for Abhay here. One, of course, is that we have large number of MSMEs which still use coke, pet coke, etc. I want all these MSMEs to, as a first step, be electrified. Move them away from coke, pet coke, and all that, and get them onto electricity. My objective is simple. My vision is simple. My vision is electrify the economy and green the electricity. That's the simplest way of greening, of energy transition. Electrify the economy, then you do away with coal, pet coke, and diesel, etc. Electrify the economy. And green the electricity is the easiest path to energy transition is that. That's what we are doing. So MSMEs is a huge, huge, huge challenge. For that, you will need more people, and I think we'll need to be able to finance you to expand, which I think is absolutely necessary. The great thing about your program, of course, is that it also saves money and it also increases profits. Now that's the great thing about your program and the ESL's program. And our industry as well. I want to congratulate our industry as well. The fact that you took up the PAT scheme, wholeheartedly. I didn't come across any murmur or any sort of complaint that, look, we are being unfairly imposed upon, etc. I didn't come across any such murmur. And you are achieving it. You are achieving it. And we've extended PAT to a number of sectors. We've also increased the scope of PAT to cover distribution companies. And we've laid down a number of regimes for distribution companies, which has resulted in a reduction of AT&C losses by 5% in 1 year. But all that was adopted. Despite all this, political plurality and different state governments in office in different states, we laid down a number of rules, a number of conditionalities. All those are being followed without any murmur. Have you heard any murmur? Nothing. But it has happened. Our sector has become viable. Suddenly, now in the past 3, 4, 5 years, we have made our sector viable. It was teetering on the brink of unviability because of huge quantities of unpaid energy bills, etc. All that is past. So we can do it. That's the only mantra which I want you to take forward, that as Obama said, yes, we can. We've done it. And I'm quite sure that this is something which we shall continue to do. Then new horizons beckon us. And these new horizons are actually catapulting it. We are already, as I said, a world leader. We are a world leader insofar as energy is concerned. Access, 100%. Energy transition, one of the fastest. But the new horizons will catapult us further into the leadership. That's green hydrogen, electric mobility. And these are programs which we shall push, because these are programs which will make us, number one, independent, energy independent. We will not have to be dependent upon imports of fossil fuels. Therefore, electric mobility, the faster the better. I don't know how to push it faster, but I think we'll need to push it faster. We'll need to pursue the Ministry of Petroleum to ensure that every petrol pump also functions as a charging station. So I think we'll need to pursue that. Once we do that, once the range anxiety goes away, I think the market will take over. As you have more and more numbers of electric vehicles, the prices will come down. Once the prices come down, everybody will automatically switch to electric. And it's already happening in two-wheelers, three-wheelers, etc. So my vision is, I will reduce our petroleum imports to by 50%, 60%, 70%, whatever. That is one. The second, of course, is long-distance mobility on hydrogen. Steel, use hydrogen instead of coke. Shipping, hydrogen. Our establishment of renewable energy capacity is also going to become easier, because our renewable purchase obligations will be issued under the Energy Conservation Act now. So then it will really become mandatory. And any state, any DISCOM which does not follow that, they'll be penalized under the Energy Conservation Act. So new horizons beckon us, and they beckon us to become leaders, world leaders. Our economy is growing hugely. Right now, my challenge is capacity. There was a period, I think, not 2 years back, not more than 2 years back, 3 years back, when I was happy and smug saying that I have enough capacity for my requirements and also for exports. Now, that because our economy has grown so rapidly, because we have connected 29 million homes, now that situation is over. And from a buyer's market, I mean, we have now right on the edge, it's almost converting itself into a seller's market. Right now, it's just balanced. So right now, my main worry is to add capacity, and that will remain, hopefully, and that's a great thing. And hopefully, that will remain the problem of the power sector in the coming 4, 5, 7 years, as to how to add capacity to meet the increasing demand for the growing economy, as our standards of living, as the standards of living of our people improve and increase. Now that is our vision, because we have to fulfill our destiny. We're 5th largest economy today, 3rd largest 3-4 years down the line, and I think we can do it. Now that's what we have to remember, that we've done it, we can do it. Thank you, congratulations again.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Guest. Thank you, Honorable Minister Shri R.K. Singh, for your warm inaugural address. You've always been a huge source of motivation and encouragement for us. Under your guidance, we excel every day. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Dr. Ashok Kumar, DDG, BEE, to deliver vote of thanks.
Good evening. On this nice evening, we are honored to have Honorable Minister, and his presence has given us the encouragement, and the recognition from him is a goosebump moment time for the BE family. So thank you so much for your encouragement and presence and gracing this occasion despite your busy schedules. We are also thankful to the Secretary Power, Shri Alok Kumar, for his guidance, support, and the encouragement also for us, the activities that we carry, the recognition from you is also very humbling as well as inspiring, and we would seek to that, we would work further beyond our capacities to improve the programs that we are currently undertaking. Our respected Additional Secretary, Energy Conservation and Energy Transition, Shri Ajay Tiwari ji, and his team under Energy Conservation Division and the Energy Transition, all the officers, thanks for supporting all the programs that BE undertakes. So thank you for your guidance and your support. And respected DG BE also for his leadership at the BE, and respected Shri Vishal Kapoor, CEO ESL, for partnering with the BE for several of the programs, one of which was the demonstration of energy efficiency projects, for which we have signed some MOUs with the industry. So thank you very much for your support and collaboration. I would also thank all the senior officials from the ministries, other Ministry of Power, other ministries, state governments, CMDs, MDs, and CEOs of the CPSCs under the Ministry of Power. And also we have represented here CRC, from the Secretary CRC is also here. Then also I would take the opportunity to thank the speakers from the UK, which we have a presentation in the technical session in the past, in the morning, which was under that UK and India program called Aspire, where they have presented brilliantly on various, I think 6, 7 of the options, low carbon solutions to the Indian industry, and many of the DCs are currently eagerly looking forward for collaboration with those technology providers and other agencies that they have presented. We are also thankful to all the partner agencies, awardees particularly for making this possible. You all have made to a very short call, and we are very thankful to you, industry representative, energy professionals, press, media, and finally the colleagues from Bureau of Energy Efficiency for making this day possible. And finally, I also take the opportunity to thank, especially to thank that despite a very, very short notice, all of you have accommodated to be present here. We are under the gracious presence of Minister Saab and the colleagues. So thank you very much for your presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the 21st Foundation Day celebration. Of Bureau of Energy Efficiency and Decade of PAT scheme. We hope you all have enjoyed this evening. Once again, we thank our honorable chief guest, dignitaries on the dais, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. We wish you a good evening ahead. There's also a dinner which is being organized. We also request all of you to join us for dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have certificates. If you wish to performer certificate. We also have the top performer certificates right now, the top performer DC certificate right now. If you wish to collect it right now, please do so. Else we would also be framing it and sending it across to you. So we request you to collect your certificate. If you wish to, we wish you a great evening ahead. Enjoy the dinner and thank you once again.